Dr. Besigye? 4. What steps have you taken to comply with the Supreme Court directive? 5. How long will we take to conclude the transfer of all active cases involving civilians from the General Court Martial to the civilian courts? 6. What sustainable action have been taken to address the concerns surrounding the health of Dr. Besigye? As a House of Representatives, we are a voice of the voiceless. We are elected to speak for those people out there who cannot be in this house. So if we cannot do that, then we are not representing our people. The continued detention of unwell suspected sets a dangerous precedence that may be applied to any one of us. Injustice to anyone is injustice to everybody. Today it is happening to Dr. Besigye, tomorrow it will happen to any of us. There is need to explore other appropriate modalities of confinement, if necessary, than keeping the ailing suspect in unfavorable conditions that may potentially be fatal. I am aware there are legal regimes that govern the pre-trial detention on treatment of suspects with peculiar circumstances, notably the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and the Trial on Indictment Act, 1971. Honorable members, I'm aware that the presiding officer previously addressed some aspects of this matter on 28th January 2025, on 4th February, on 6th February, and I will not revise his guidance on that. I will therefore invoke Rule 25(1) of the Rules of Procedure and vary the order paper to accommodate to receive an update from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, from the Minister of Internal Affairs, from the Attorney General on the questions I have asked. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, this morning I had a conversation with the Commissioner General of the Uganda Prison Service to find out the current situation of Colonel Kizza Besigye. He told me the following. As of today, Colonel Kizza Besigye has been on hunger strike for 6 days. This is his 7th day. He is only taking water. He's not eating any food. The Commissioner General informed me that because of the hunger strike, his health has deteriorated, and therefore he had to be evacuated to a hospital. His personal doctor took charge of the evacuation in the presence of Colonel Besige's sister, Dr. Olive Kobusinje. It's not appropriate for me to report details of what was found. This is a part of the doctor-patient confidentiality. But the Commissioner General said definitely his health condition is alarming. Under all the laws of Uganda, any person, especially those who are having health issues, are entitled to treatment. And in this case, the prison authorities were able to take him to the hospital. Comprehensive tests were carried out, and the doctors are managing him. The Commissioner General also informed me that Colonel Kizza Besigye has continued and continues with the hunger strike. And that means, of course, that any medical response will not have a major impact. He will not improve because of the hunger strike. Now, concerning your other question about the advice, the laws, what steps we have taken, how long it will take to transfer the files, I wish to report the following.
Honorable Minister, just on hunger strike. He's not on hunger strike because he loves to be on hunger strike. He is on hunger strike because he believes he is unfairly treated. He is on unfair trial.
Madam Speaker, hunger strike is a form of protest, and I accept what you have stated. He is protesting through hunger strike. All through history, prisoners who feel that they are being unjustly incarcerated have resorted to hunger strike. So, but it is not my purpose to go into detail why he's on hunger strike. I simply reported his condition, and we admit that it is alarming. Now, permit me, Madam Speaker, to respond to...
As a legal advisor to government, after knowing that his condition, his situation is alarming, what advice have you given government to that effect?
Madam Speaker, that is what I'm coming to, because you gave me a set of questions, and I would like us to go through the chronology of what we have done. The judgment was delivered on 31st January, which was a Friday. Immediately on Monday, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General wrote to the Ministry of Defense and the DPP. That is the very next working day after the judgment. The Attorney General wrote, informing them that the cases should now be transferred. On the 3rd, the very same day, the Attorney General also wrote to the Chief Justice, asking the Chief Justice to appoint a judicial officer to be in charge of liaison concerning the transfer, who should liaise between all the actors. That is the first working day after the judgment. On the 4th of February, the Chief Justice wrote back appointing the principal judge as the liaison officer. That is the second working day after the judgment. On the 6th of February, the Attorney General's chambers forwarded the letter of the Chief Justice to the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs and to the DPP. Around that time, Madam Speaker, we were here and I came to the floor and stated that it is the duty of Colonel Besigye's lawyers and the lawyers of all those who are in the court-martial to extract a decree that is part of their responsibility to their client. This decree only arrived on the 13th of February, almost 2 weeks after the judgment. That is when we received the draft decree. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the draft decree had errors. Some of the errors were as obvious as wrong names, for instance. On the 14th of February, that is last Friday, the Attorney General's chambers corrected...
Do you have a copy of the decree which was extracted?
Madam Speaker, the errors were corrected and the corrected decree was sent to the lawyers of Colonel Besigye. We have not yet received the corrected decree. If we have received it as of now, we corrected it from the Ministry of Justice. We are concerned by the slow pace of Colonel Besigye's lawyers. I have stated the chronology. You cannot take 2 weeks. If really you are concerned about the condition of your client, rather than the politics surrounding that, they should have acted as fast as Attorney General's chambers.
Honorable Norbert Mao, help us to help you. That's why I was asking you, do you have the wrong copy of the decree, so that we shall not take the blame to who? To the lawyers.
Madam Speaker, I have here on my phone, which I can forward, a letter dated February 14th, sending back the corrected decree. I can forward it.
That was sending back. When did it come?
The decree came on the 13th. The very next day, it was sent back. That's how fast we are, Madam Speaker. We have done our job, but those who have chosen to politic rather than take responsibility for the fate of their client are now playing victim. That is unfair, Madam Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mao, the bureaucracy in addressing the directive of the Supreme Court should not be a ground of delaying in dispensation of this for somebody to get justice. Okay, if they delayed it to bring that, have you brought the amendment that they told you to bring? Or is it we, the members of parliament, who have delayed? Huh? And must you continue holding the suspects outside the law just because of the bureaucracy? Because they are not tried, they are on a pre-trial. They are not on remand.
Madam Speaker, I am on record, and on the day that the new law year was opened, I addressed the members of the judiciary and I appealed to them to prioritize matters of the liberty of citizens. I am as concerned about the liberty of citizens as any of us in this chamber. I am only reporting that a lawyer who has got a duty to a client would have acted very quickly, instead of waiting almost 2 weeks before extracting the decree. It is the duty of a lawyer to extract a decree rather than spending time politicking.
Honorable Norbert Mao, we do not discuss about people who are not in the house. So what you have said about the lawyer, you should retract it. Because he's not in the house. I am the custodian of the law. Here, withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully withdraw. The copy of the decree is coming. I do not know whether I can now talk about my conversation with the chairman of the General Court Martial, the director of prosecution. Oh, I shouldn't talk about
just
anybody.
A minute, Chairman. Just a minute, Chairman. Chairman, you say the decree is coming?
Yes.
In how many minutes?
Madam Speaker, we are just across the road. We believe in less than 10 minutes it will be here.
Okay. So we'll wait for it in 10 minutes so you can continue with other questions.
Madam Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General has already instructed our office to forward all the letters, all the correspondences I've referred to. And they include the 3rd February letter to Ministry of Defense and DPP, and the letter to the Chief Justice to appoint a liaison contact. Then the 6th February letter, which forwarded the CJ's letter to the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs and the DPP, and the 14th February letter, which is also coming, but which I have a soft copy, where we corrected the decree and sent it back to the lawyers.
Now, you're answering my number 5 of my question. Number 1 was, how, as legal advisors of government, what appropriate advice have you given for the continued pre-trial on detention of an ailing, and here I'm saying ailing, Dr. Besigye?
Madam Speaker, in that situation, the suspect would be produced before the appropriate court, in this case the High Court, and granted bail.
Has the file been transferred from court martial to the civil court, civilian court, to the civilian court?
Madam Speaker, I have spoken to the chairman of the General Court Martial, who instructed the director of prosecutions of the court martial, who I also spoke to, and all that they are waiting for their file is this decree, which now we have. But we deny any responsibility for the late extraction of the decree.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this judgment was given inter partes. Government was represented in a court. Number 2, we no longer, by the way, extract decrees. Chairman Mao, my colleague, we no longer extract decrees for purposes of execution. Court decisions by nature, especially at the level of Supreme Court, are self-executing. You don't need a decree to act. So if judgment was passed inter partes, what more are you getting from a decree? What exactly more are you looking for in a decree? So I really think that perhaps we could use other arguments. But let extraction of a decree, by the way, with or without a decree, that judgment is self-executing. You ought to have acted even without any hesitation. Unfortunately, because you see the danger with mentioning the decree, you have many other people who are affected by that decision of the Supreme Court who don't have lawyers. What happens to them? What happens to them? So I think, Right Honourable Speaker, it is advisable that Chairman Mao and Executive, you use other reasons for delaying the release of Dr. Besigye other than a decree.
And as we talk about the delayed release or transfer to the civilian court, I asked you, under what legal regime, legal basis, are you using to keep him there? We are not saying that Dr. Besigye is clean. He could be having a case to answer. He could be having a case to answer. But he should be taken to the proper court for him to be able to answer. Under what legal regime?
Madam Speaker, I think it is obvious that when you have been remanded by a court, and the court martial is a court, it is only the boundaries of the court martial that have been delineated by the Supreme Court. The court martial has not been abolished. The court martial has not been abolished. The court martial is the one that remanded Colonel Kizza Besigye. Now, the release of Colonel Kizza Besigye will be ordered by the court, the appropriate court, when he is taken before that court.
Honorable Mao, when you look at Article 23 of the Constitution, protection of personal liberty. No person shall be deprived of personal liberty except in any of the following cases: in execution of the sentence or order of the court. Now here, the court ordered that Dr. Besigye should be what? Released. Now you're depriving him his liberty.
Madam Speaker, first, I hope this Parliament is persuaded that we did our duty as the Ministry of Justice. We did our duty. We responded very quickly because these letters which we wrote were about the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court did not order the release of anybody.
There is an order from Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm at pain that we are in arguments with the Minister of Justice. We are supposed to be the custodian of the law of this country. We are here, instead of the Minister of Justice coming here to tell us the law is supposed to do this, and this is what we are doing, is standing the other side to defend what is undefendable, Madam Speaker. We expect the Minister of Justice to behave what the Parliament expects him to behave, much as you are appointed by the President. But if you are also coming here to behave like the chairman of the court martial, we are at pain. We are at pain, Honorable Minister. We are at pain. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the minister, who is a member of Parliament, to come here and instead of debating like a minister, is debating like the chairman of the court martial? Is it in order, Madam Speaker?
Honorable members, we need to solve a problem. And the problem we need to solve is about an ailing person. And secondly, using a law which is not there to keep somebody in detention. When somebody is on pre-trial, Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, under what instruments are you using to hold Dr. Kizza Besigye in prison?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I understand the background to this matter, and I don't envy the Honorable Mao for being in this position. But I want also us to be, as we seek a solution within the law, I think we have about 3 matters to address. There is the health aspect of Dr. Besigye, but also there is wait a minute. I think we should be civilized enough to listen to each other. There's also the issue of the exercise of rights and the extent to which you can go, which really is an individual discretion, in this case of Dr. Besigye. And then the last one are the processes to effect the court decision. So, Right Honourable Speaker, as we address this question, I would want us to reconcile all the 3, instead of, if I may say so, going back and forth, and we need to craft a solution around the 3. But for now, I want to report, like the Honourable Minister said, the health aspects of Dr. Besigye are being addressed. Yesterday,
no, Honorable Minister.
Yesterday,
Honorable members,
yes,
just hold on, Honorable Ministers. Honorable Minister is bringing a very important point, that we need to get a way to solve this problem. And that is what we want. We want a problem solved. And is leading us to a better direction. Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister. No, Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, like I said, we need to reconcile all the 3. I had the occasion also to speak to Commissioner General, and he said yesterday they took the doctor to a clinic of his choice, and
Honorable members, I am still asking, under what, you know, I've asked a question. I am saying, under which instrument are you allowing to keep somebody in your cells? That is your property. Basically that. And that's what the Honorable Minister is saying. We need to sit down and reconcile and see how best this can be
Right
handled.
Honourable Speaker, until the processes around effecting the court decision,
yes,
the doctor is still in custody according
yes,
to the order that took him there.
Lop. Honorable members,
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, this morning I had a meeting with colleagues on this side, and to be honest, we were getting increasingly concerned about this, our people-centered parliament, because these are matters of the people, and we were clearly getting agitated. I am glad, Right Honourable Speaker, that we are now in unison dealing with this matter, because we have raised it severally, and we did not seem to see an end in sight. We did not think that this people-centered parliament was appearing as such. Right Honourable Speaker, there's only 2 ways that somebody can be held in any government jail. One, when you have been convicted and sentenced, whether it be to life or whichever number of years, legally speaking. Number two is when you have been remanded by a court of competent jurisdiction. Those are the only two ways under which somebody can be in any government jail. It is not, as some have said, a hostel. It is not some kind of hotel or I don't know what. It is only those two legally provided for means. Honorable Speaker, we have asked again and again, after the Supreme Court decision, which rendered the court-martial defunct, it ceased to be. That's one. For those who know the law, we kept asking, why has government continued to hold on to these people? And those are questions we have not gotten any answers to, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the excuse by the Honorable Chairman Mao does not hold any water at all. For you to say that the lawyers of Dr. Kizza Besigye have delayed to extract a decree, the Attorney General, whom you supervise, Chairman Mao, was a party to this matter. He is the one who appealed this matter. So for you to give an excuse, you see, we did not know what was happening. We were in our chambers waiting for these lawyers to come and serve us the extracted decree. Are you kidding me? You were a party to this matter. You are the ones who went to the Supreme Court. The Court of Appeal had determined this matter, but your chambers, sir, decided to appeal this matter. How do you then feign ignorance at this point? Honorable Speaker, I am glad you have mentioned, as all of us have, this is a non-partisan matter. At least it should be. I've given several examples, and I'm sorry, my colleague, I keep referring to you. I don't know if he's here. Honorable Paul Akamba, who is an NRM member. That man was granted bail by a court of competent jurisdiction, and he was kidnapped, abducted by gun-wielding goons within court precincts. He's not an opposition member, he's an NRM member, but it happened to him. That's what happens when you don't deal with injustices. And by the way, Honorable Speaker, these abductions continue to happen. Yesterday, a leader within my party, our head of mobilization, one Fred Nyanzi Sentamu, was abducted in similar manner. And we are saying these things should stop because they are within the control of the state. Honorable Speaker, here is the ultimate remedy. One, I'm glad that as Parliament we are putting our foot down. This Parliament here is where we are going to fight our battles. I know we can use all other spaces we have out there, radios, TVs, and so on. But as members of Parliament, this is our number one fighting space. And we shall use it to fight for our people. Honorable Speaker, now that we have talked about the health, the ailing health, the very frail situation in which Dr. Kizza Besigye is, I went to see him in jail yesterday. He could not get out of bed to come and see us. But we saw the other political prisoners, the Bobby Youngs and others, who are suffering in similar manner. Can the state give us a timeline on when they are going to release these people? That is the ultimate remedy.
Honorable.
Because the excuse there has been of, you see, we are waiting for the DPP to take over these cases. One, you're not supposed to direct the DPP. If the DPP is interested in any matter, these people should have been released and then they can be summoned. Because the DPP, Honorable Speaker, the DPP does not sanction court files. The DPP sanctions police files. So you cannot say the DPP is waiting for these court files to be transferred from the disciplinary court martial. That does not arise at all. These people ought to have been released a long time ago, and then the DPP could probably sanction any police file, and they can be summoned. They don't even have to be kidnapped, as we have seen happening. So, right, Honorable Speaker, the solution to this quandary, this predicament that we are grappling with, is to release Dr. Kizza Besigye and all of these other NUP political prisoners that are being held illegally. I'm hoping that government will see sense in that.
Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker, with your permission.
Honorable members, this is a very serious matter. You know, people like Bariomus cannot even go to their villages now, because people will start saying, why have you left your own? Honorable members, I want a leader of government business. Listen to me. listen to me. I want us to have a session, a leader of government business, a government chief whip, Honorable Chris Baryomusi, Honorable Mao, Honorable Mohosi, the Attorney General, and then on this side, we have the LOP, Shadow Attorney General, the CAO, Mujuche, Honorable Mujuche, Honorable Katuntu, Honorable Asumani, Honorable Sibambi, listen, Honorable, you're not going to choose for me. These are issues of legal and issues of life. We must make decisions there and come and report. And then Honorable Nandala. You don't want Nandala? Okay. We can have internal affairs. Internal affairs. Honorable members, we are going to adjourn the house for 10 minutes. We will have a meeting in the private. We are going to suspend the house. Suspend the house for 10 minutes, and then we will come and report. If the 10 minutes is not enough, we shall still communicate. No worry for time. Time is on our... Rule 8 gives the speaker all the powers. Can we have the House to order? Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of student leaders from the Guild Council of Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery. It's located in Kawempe Division North. They are represented by Honorable Shamim. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable members, we went on a harmonization meeting. During the meeting, a number of issues were raised, and what was agreed in the meeting is that we want solutions. And because we want solutions, we as a team tasked Honorable Mao Norbert, Minister of Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Kafusi, the Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Muhoozi David, State Minister for Internal Affairs, and the leader of government business to go and make a follow-up on the case. And we expect them to come and report by 4 today. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Statement by Minister on the Uganda National Examinations Board grading system under the new curriculum.
Minister of Education.
Item 4 on the order paper.
On which rule?
Just amended the rules,
No,
right?
on what rule? Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Laying of papers. Proposal to borrow up to the euro equivalent of United States dollars 190,988,556 from Stanbic Bank for the Umeme Limited buyout.
Honorable members, Article 159(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda conditions government to borrow with a parliamentary approval, and pursuant to Section 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 151(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table the loan request.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay on the table the proposal to borrow up to euro equivalent of US dollars 190,988,556 shillings from Stanbic Bank for the Umeme Limited buyout. I beg to lay.
Thank you. In furtherance to Rule 155(2) of the Rules of Procedure, I refer the loan to the Committee of National Economy. Next.
Item 5 on the order paper. Review of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, can we have order? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just seeking for indulgence, not to interfere with your powers and the rules, to allow me to go and look for Honorable Miyingo wherever he is. He has been here.
You
We
go.
wanted a statement. It is not uploaded. I've been calling
you go.
him since he came. He's not picking my calls, yet he's a regular picker of my calls.
Please go. Please go. You're actually
So let me
delayed.
look for Honorable Miyingo for that grading of student's statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You go.
Rule 161.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes that Rule 161 is substituted for the following. A standing committee, except the business and budget committees, shall comprise not less than 20 members and not more than 40 members. 2. Notwithstanding sub-rule 1, the total membership of the budget committee shall not exceed 60 members. Justification: to reinstate the lower and upper limits for committees except for the business committee. And 2, to ensure that all committees have manageable numbers. I beg to move.
Honorable Aisha. Yes, Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam.
The Honorable Aisha is not here, but we didn't have a minority report on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the chair of the committee, my good brother Abdul. Madam Speaker, the reason why you are raising the budget committee to have 60 members is basically because the budget committee is the one which processes the budget of the entire country. And Madam Speaker, 60 members is a school. If good classes are 25, it's a school. So, Madam Speaker, on that basis, I think we should get a permanent solution to a budget committee. I recall in the 7th Parliament, we had Public Accounts Committee, which was managing all sectors of the country. It was in the wisdom of Parliament then to divide Public Accounts Committee into Public Accounts now, which is central government, and the statutory enterprises. It would also be better because those parliamentary accountability committees are the one who look after the audit exercise of the budget at the tail end. It would be very important as Parliament that we divide the public accounts, the budget committee.
Honorable Nathan, what is your amendment?
My amendment is, Madam Speaker, is that 60 members are too high. And I'm just trying to say, if the base committee should be not more than 30.
Minimum of 20, maximum of 40.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and you have seen the budget committee has been put here specifically because minimum of 20, maximum of 40, but for the exception of budget committee, which has 60 members. And the reason they are bringing 60 members, which I know the committee of rules and privileges had, is that it has, of course, all chairpersons are ex-officials. It has members. And Madam Chair, it would be better for us that this committee of budget is divided.
Thank you.
And
We
so,
don't even have a room that can sit 60 members.
So now that's why I want to move an amendment that for purposes of accommodating members of the budget committee, incidentally, even we are no longer on sectoral committees, we are now in budget-based programs. I think again amendments will be coming here further. For now, I want to move an amendment that the budget committee, of course, I think this is a wrong place, but should be divided. And be divided.
Should be divided to what and what?
One to be in charge of local government, another one in central government, another one to be in charge of state and maybe foreign affairs, because there are missions, so that we have 3 committees.
Honorable Nathan, you cannot fragment the consideration of the budget.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Right Honorable Chair, I am now speaking as a former member of the Budget Committee. Madam Chair, the Budget Committee is like any other committee of Parliament. The only difference is that in its membership, there are ex-official members from other committees.
And
so why don't we say that the Budget Committee shall comprise of minimum 20 and maximum 40, like any other committee of Parliament. The ex-officials are not full members. They don't sign the report, and they don't come in regularly. They come in as and when they are needed.
They don't even vote.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Mafali. 60 members in one committee. Unless you put subcommittees, it ceases to be a committee. 60 members are many. I want to plead with the chair that we bring back the numbers to 40 maximum for the budget committee, just like any other committee.
Madam Speaker, as the Minister talks about budget, I request that even the committee, the chair, looks into other committees. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, National Economy has 54 members. It's next to budget. So, as the chair of the committee reviews, let's have a maximum and let other things happen. But 60.
Yes, honorable members, before the start of this process, everybody was invited to take his ideas to the committee. And if you're introducing a new idea, then you'll wait for the next amendment. Yes, first respond to what?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, the Budget Committee is not like any other committee of Parliament. It is not. One, it is charged with the responsibility of harmonizing the national budget and all sectoral budgets. This is our biggest role as Parliament itself. The reason why the rules as they are today provide that all chairpersons of sectoral committees to be members of the budget committee. All these adjustments which happen in this process of the budgeting process take place within the budget committee. How can that be like any other committee of Parliament? Two, every sectoral committee is having a voice Because when figures are either being changed, reallocations and so on, they are affecting other sectors. That is why, in the wisdom of the rules makers then, they found it necessary to have all chairpersons of the sectoral committees to be members of the budget committee. 3, the reason why we have been having challenges in the budget committee is because the chairpersons have been rendered as a second-class members of this committee. And the former chairperson says that they created a special membership. That was against the rules as they are now. All members of the budget committee, unless they have taken away their right to vote, they are entitled to vote. In fact, what we are suggesting that should be entrenched. Colleagues, you cannot be an ex-officio member and you're a second category of a member of a committee. They should be part of the decision making because they are heading sectoral committees and their budgets are the ones that are being affected by harmonizations, including prioritizing which sector should be funded and so on.
Amendment.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, about the numbers.
First of all, 1, a standing committee, where you're saying except the business and budget committee.
Yes.
What is that?
To restate the lower and upper limits of for the committees except for the business committee, and to ensure that all committees have manageable numbers. You see, the numbers, we have to deal with them. And the reason why we suggested these numbers, we have to cater for each and every member of parliament to be a member of the committee. You are in trouble.
Honorable Katonto.
We have 500 and...
Honorable Katonto, if you have a minimum of 20 and maximum of 40.
Yes.
Remember, on top of those 40, you will have the sectoral ex-officials from the other committees.
No. We say the minimum. And if the numbers are low, you can have 20 and then the chairpersons. Because this is a range. We are talking about a range. Minimum and the upper.
Are you saying that includes members of the sectoral committees, the standing committees?
Yes.
Now, do you know how many standing committees that we have?
Yes.
32.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We have 32, and we can, if we get the maximum, it will come to another 8 or 9 members.
But look here, Honorable Katonto. Every process in the budgeting starts with the sectoral committee. BFP, sectoral committee. Policy statement, sectoral committee. Considering the annual budgets, it also standing committees have to present to the budget committee. So why are you counting the chairpersons, the ex-officials, in the 40?
Right Honourable Chair, decisions are being made in the budget committee, and changes are being made in the budget committee.
Ex-officials are not counted. Let me have the own of the committee.
Madam Chair, I think we need to appreciate the chronology. In the 9th Parliament, the chair of Budget Committee first was Honorable Tim Gwanga, deputized by Achia Remegio. The role of the Budget Committee then was largely consolidation of the reports from the policy or sectoral committees. And The additional role then was consideration of the corrigenda that would come after the policy statements submission to the committees. Over the years, Madam Chair, we have seen the role of the Budget Committee going beyond consolidation of the policy statements. So, you know, what do we want to achieve here? For me, I think the objective of this debate is to have a manageable committee which makes decision making quicker. Madam Chair, in the 10th Parliament, I chaired the Finance Committee. At some stage like now, where we are beginning to think about campaigns in the constituencies, it is very difficult to raise quorum in the committees. If you are looking for a third of 60 members is 20 members to sign your report. Is this what we want? In my opinion, yes.
Madam Chair, let us not create laziness here. The moment you stood and won an election, you are meant to be here for 5 years. We cannot stand on the floor of Parliament and say that now campaigns, some members will not be attending committees. Yet you are being given your remuneration and everything. So please, we cannot move in that direction. Members should be here, attend the plenary, then the weekend go for your business.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we are here, we must face reality. You were in a committee today. How many members were you in that committee? We were in a committee today with my chair is there. We are in the Committee of Physical Infrastructure. We are less than 10. So it's a reality that at a given period, members are few.
Honorable members.
Away from the
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Members. If you want to make noise, National Theatre is not very far. Let's look. It was closed. Okay.
There are no shows there.
There is a speaker's bar. There is a speaker's bar up. Honorable members, let's listen, and today we must finish these rules. Yes, Nathan.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Madam Chair, what the Minister was raising of Finance had a very valid point. And if you read our rules of Rule 173, the purpose of the Budget Committee, one of them was to scrutinize the proposed annual budget and harmonize the recommendations of the House on reports of the sectoral committees on ministerial policy statements. That was the purpose. And Madam Chair, it says, again under 173.3, a chairperson of a standing or a sectoral committee shall be an ex-officio member of the Budget Committee. The reason why was that they would go there to defend their budgets. Now, my worry, which we must also look at, you have said, Madam Speaker, there are 34 chairs. The 34 chairs, against, let us assume the 60. Against 26. They will all come and say, let us defend our budgets. Whatever the case, let us defend our budgets. The 34 will win the 26. And because they have interested party, they will be the ones always there. And at the end, we will have a crisis. So, Madam Speaker, what we must do, the committees do work on behalf of Parliament. We must have a committee which is manageable. Yes. If we discover the work is too much, we divide the work. Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that recently we passed here under Rule 158, another committee on subsidiary legislation. This was good because we discovered there were no people implementing it. If we discover that budget committee is overpressurized, then we must divide it. And when you divide it, we shall divide it according to, say, another section deals with this and this. But saying, my brother Abdul, that we put in 60, And it is a-
Nathan, a budget committee can still work under a subcommittee who will come together and consolidate. I remember when you used to be a chair
that's true.
of PAC,
Yes, that's
you
true.
could give me to be a sub chair in another.
Madam Chair, you are right. That's what we want a committee of budget to be a committee which can
So
create
Honorable
subcommittees.
Katuntu,
And also,
can we have minimum 20 and maximum 40, and for all standing committee and in the budget committee, the sectoral committee members should only go when they are required to be there, when they are presenting their reports. When you are required.
Chair,
First of all,
thank you. Would please listen to me, then you respond at once.
after some arithmetic, can our technical people look at the numbers? If we propose that way, whether all members of parliament are going to be accommodated on committees?
Chair, I have a proposal.
Chair.
Kao?
Yeah, I think Senior Katuntu would be oblivious of the formula that is used to determine membership on committees. The clerk has already provided and other technical officers.
Yes.
And it is determined in terms of proportionality of the different numbers that the composition of our different parties. The numbers are determined in direct proportion to the membership of the parties. But in the wisdom of the earlier rules, the people who drafted the earlier rules, why they wanted the chairs of sectoral committees to remain ex-officials and also attend and participate in the deliberations of the budget committee was not only to defend their budgets, but to bring to bear the knowledge, wide knowledge they have in their sectoral committees to the benefit of whatever is consolidated and harmonized in the budget.
Remember, the members of the budget committees also belong to sectoral committees. Yes. Yes, Augustly?
Chair, I think our purpose here is to make the budget committee efficient, and we want to cure any issues that have been associated with the budget committee. And that means the membership of the budget committee must be justified. Justified in the sense that we have very useful input from the sectoral committees that must appear while the budget is either been consolidated or revised or interrogated. So with that in mind, I would first of all propose that the sectoral committee chairpersons, the other committee chairpersons should not only be ex-officials in the budget committee, but they must be actually mandatory members of the budget committee. Let me make my proposal. The reason we are here is to share our thoughts, and then a decision is made. Once that is done, you will have about 32 members who qualify. You will have about 8 people who must be chosen, either sent by the speaker or the parties or
the
independents.
The whips.
Yeah, maybe the whips. Then you will have a number of about 40. With that, you will be able to avoid throwing many people into the budget committee, and it has a burden, financial cost, because all those people will need to have same privileges as members of the budget committee. So if we want to achieve efficiency, and there must be good results, and we want to ensure what was in the policy statements and the discussions by the sectoral committees feature prominently in the budget committees, and there are no uninformed proposals in the budget, I would implore members to take that. We must only devise a mechanism by which those 8 can be appointed. The Speaker can give some, the whips can appoint some, and then we would have a properly constituted body which is efficient and also easy to manage. I thank you.
Yes, information.
Madam Speaker, I want to give the reason how we come to these numbers. The rule was every member must, in the initial time, if I can give you the 7th Parliament, to go to a standing committee, you would contest and compete, and you win. You are voted here in the House to go to the committee. And they would take, by 20, in 7th Parliament, it was 11, up this year, with 11 members. And then the reason why it was an odd number, the chair was not really counted. Why? They want, because when you become a chair, you will only be deciding a voting, a vote for a decision when there is a tie. Now, when you have 40, it means you can easily get 20, the number you come. That was the reasoning. Now, the basis at that time was they were estimating the Parliament and a divide, but there will be other members who would miss to be on standing committee, but the committee would never miss to be on was sectoral committee, that was social committee, because there you'd fill the name. When it comes to 11, they draw the line. Now, in the subsequent parliaments, they decided to get the numbers of MPs and divide with the committees, for example, standing committees, and that would be the one to determine how many members should be on the standing committee. Now, the danger we go in, if we set 40, supposing the Parliament becomes 1,000 as it's going, and you're at 40, yeah, they're just giving this, we're speculating, but that's okay. Madam Speaker, I would want to implore the Committee of Rules that let us be dividing the committees by the number of MPs by the committees. That will be the determinant of the MPs on that committee, so the committees. But to avoid having a class of 60, we should have a limit. And the limit should be, if we have said the top maximum is 40, is 40. Because you go beyond 40, you have a class. Let people not come to Parliament and whatever. The danger we get,
let's first hear from the chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, these numbers were arrived at after we had calculated the current number of MPs and the committees we have. If we get off the ex-official members and ministers, then the number comes down to those who can legitimately belong to committees. And a second calculation gives a maximum figure of around 37. Yes. So we can go up to a maximum of 40.
Yes.
And if we go to 40, then we can propose the amendment of 161.1 as it is, and then we can delete 2 because 40 would be able to accommodate.
161.1, you say a standing committee shall comprise not less than 20 without except business and budget committee. You delete except business and budget committee.
Yes, except business and budget committees.
Yes. Yes. And also delete 2.
And then the entire 2 goes.
Yes. Thank you. I put a question that Rule 161 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 173.
Chair.
Right Honourable Chair, Rule 17, the proposal has been overtaken by events.
Yes.
Rule 175.
Right Honourable Chair, we do propose that Rule 175 is amended by substituting for Sub-Rule 1 the following. The Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline shall, by order of the House, inquire into any complaint of contempt of Parliament, breach of privilege, or any other matter of privilege which may be referred to it, and to recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. 2. By order of the House, consider any matter of discipline, including attendance of members at sittings of committees, or any complaint of breach of code of conduct of members referred to it by the Speaker or the House, and report its finding to the House. C. Review these rules from time to time and make such recommendation to the House for amendments as the committee considers necessary for the satisfactory functioning and efficient transaction of the business of the House and its committees. D. In accordance with Rule 8, make amendments in line with the Speaker's ruling for consideration by the House. E. Examine and advise the House on amendments proposed to these rules by members or other committees of the House. And F. Carry out such other functions as are conferred by these rules or assigned by the House. Justification. To clarify the role of the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline with regard to matters that may be referred to it by the order of the House and those that may be considered at a committee's own volition. I beg to move.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, if you look at the old rules under 175, they are the same rules which the chair is reading. I just wanted because one, to inquire A, consider disciplinary by Speaker, review the rules from time to time, examine and advise the House on amendments, carry out other functions may be conferred by the House. So, Madam Chair, I wanted to propose to the chair of the committee, unless there's something specific, the current rules, 175 suffices.
Chair?
Because there's nothing which, unless there's something new, then we can add.
No, actually, the Honorable Nathan Nandala has not properly read Rule 175. For example, the current position of the rules is only matters that have been referred to it by the House, and it is in the opening statement. The Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline shall, by order of the House. That is changing. And it goes, the committee, it's even the drafting, everything is changed. You can initiate, for example, amendments to the rules. Even other committees can initiate proposals, which can go to the Rules Committee and then they are brought to the House for adoption.
The sectoral standing committees.
Yes. For example, in execution of their duties, if a standing committee or sectoral committee feels that a particular rule is inadequate, then it can propose amendment to make its functions better. So they can now under this new regime, initiate those amendments to go to the Rules Committee and then eventually ending up with this House.
Yeah, so, Abdul, I thank you very much, Chair. I think now what we should amend, instead of it shall by order of the House, the Committee of Rules and shall, then we delete by order of the what? The House. And that will be enough for the committee to function. Because even as it says here, carry out another function as and are conferred by these rules or assigned by the House. You are free to do anything, like another committee. It covers, yes, exactly, it's like a repetition. So I would recommend that, Chair, if you agree, let us amend only the sub-rule 1.
Honorable Katonto, it should be by the order of the House. Now you're opening it for any committee to ask for review of rules. Any committee?
Chair.
3. Read 3.
Yes, we are doing exactly that. And there is a reason. You see, committees, when they are doing their work, sometimes they find hindrances and they need to amend the rules to make them more effective. So they now can propose changes. Actually, it's about initiating changes. It's not that the committees are being given powers to amend the rules, but they are given powers to initiate. When you look at the current rules as they are, initiation can only come from the House. But these are your rules.
What are we trying to cure?
Chair, I have a different opinion.
What are we trying to cure? Because the other one was by order of the House. Now you're opening to anybody coming and saying, I want this rule amended.
Our opinion as a committee, there is nothing wrong with a member or a committee of parliament to propose a change, because these people are about proposing. As the rules are now, not even a committee can propose a change to the rules committee. And yet, when you propose, eventually it goes to the rules committee.
Chair, I'm opposed to that.
Honorable Katonto.
Chair.
Like you're saying, there is a member of the House coming to propose a change of the rules. If I could ask a sarcastic word, is there any problem with any member chairing the House?
Is there any what?
Sarah.
No, that would be
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have carefully tried to understand where the chair is coming from. And I just wanted to ask, because 171(1)(e) states that the committee can carry out any other functions as are conferred by these rules or assigned by the House. And what the chair is proposing, in my view, can actually be covered there. But I also wanted to find out from the chair, have we had any scenario, because these rules were open to amendments, how comes there is no single chairperson that proposed or raised an issue that we have a problem with this particular rule? Let us actually amend. I want to see any scenario that has arisen that actually justifies this amendment. Otherwise, for me, Right Honorable Speaker, what we have under 171(5)(1) is okay. We could just have it as the way it is, other than making amendments.
It could be okay, but let me answer this. By the time
first listen to
we
Gusule.
came to this conclusion,
Chair, maybe
we
you could
had
listen.
had so many requests from members, and we have always told them we can't, because Rule 175 does not allow. And why doesn't it allow? You can't rule,
why are you reducing powers of the House?
No, eventually they must come here, because it's all the House that does. What we are, please, and can you understand this? One, it is all the House that can amend the rules. It's all the House that can amend the rules. Not even the Rules Committee can amend the rules. That's number one. Number two, what we are providing is to to initiate. And Honorable Pedi herself has been here several times trying to propose amendments. But, and I can tell you, this rule could not allow you to amend. Why? Because that proposal can only come from the Committee on Rules, Privilege, and Discipline shall by order of the House. You cannot read E without reading 1.
Honorable Gosole, then Vuvuma.
Chair, the rules, the way they are, I think they are very, very sufficient. In fact, the committee which is handling this matter should not have put themselves in a situation where we would hold them responsible for conflict, because you are now out to fish for business by creating avenues and expanding things which are already provided for. For example, under Rule 75 D, it says your role will be to examine and advise the House on amendments proposed to these rules by members or other committees of the House. What you are trying to introduce is adequately provided for. What we are saying is we should be able to reserve the rights of the House to and control what you are going to be doing. Otherwise, if you just do things behind us there, we don't know what will be brought on board. But most importantly, Madam Chair,
of the committee.
Madam Chair, most importantly, I needed to say this. Madam Chair needed to say this.
Yes.
Our rules provide that where a matter is not provided for, and the speakers,
Rule 8.
Yeah, and the speaker has provided guidance on the matter, it is supposed to become a rule. So it means that gives you some mandate to start codification of such.
Honorable Katuntu.
So there are so many avenues through which you can actually derive business.
Honorable
I therefore invite
Katuntu.
you to abandon this position.
Honorable Katuntu, let's not go on to a fishing expedition.
I'm surprised, but members don't want to have the power to initiate. And on that, let me concede.
Okay. Next
you don't
rule.
Want powers,
Next rule.
We can go to the next rule.
Rule 186.
Madam Chair, Rule 186A is amended in sub-rule 1. In paragraph A, by substituting for the phrase scientific and technological, the phrase scientific, technological, and innovation. B, by deleting paragraph E. Justification: to capture the complete mandate and functions of the committee in the rules of procedure, to remove the requirements for consideration of budgetary matters by the committee since it is a standing committee.
Government, you have something? I put a question at Rule 185AB, 186AB amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New rule.
New rule.
Madam Chair, the rules are amending by inserting immediately after Rule 168A the following: functions of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation and Post-Legislative Scrutiny. The Committee on Subsidiary Legislation and Post-Legislative Scrutiny shall A, examine statutory instruments that require parliamentary approval, B, inquire into the implementation, impact, and effectiveness of laws passed by Parliament, C, to carry out such other functions as conferred by these rules or assigned to it by the House. Justification: to provide for the functions of the Committee on Subsidiary and Post-Legislative Scrutiny.
Honorable Abudu, why don't we limit it to subsidiary legislation only? Because the post-legislative scrutiny is done by the sectoral committees, all sectoral committees.
Yeah, would you concede on that?
Thank you. Yes.
I am not very comfortable with the subsidiary legislation. I don't know what Katuntu, as a senior lawyer, kindly give us clear guidance. You see, when we pass laws here, they are supposed to be implemented by courts of law as they carry out their legal activities on certain matters related to those laws we have passed. Now, when you create this kind of committee, which is going to go back to the work we have been doing in the committee, even in Parliament, because we go to committee stage and we end up passing the law, as if it will be another duplication of work of Parliament that has passed a law which is supposed to go and be
We already passed a rule in 158. This one is consequential.
But I'm not very comfortable with it, Madam Chair.
You're not comfortable. You will be.
I will
You
be, but
will
I hope
be.
it doesn't bring illegal questions later on.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I want to implore the House and through the Chair, now since we have talked about statutory instruments, we should also put treaties here.
Yes.
The justification for treaties, because treaties are signed out, they become our law, we must domesticate it. So the person who should help us to scrutinize this should be this committee. So I wanted to propose, Chair, that if you don't mind, we could put here statutory instruments, treaties, and treaties, bilateral agreements and protocols.
Yes,
Maybe
Chair. And conventions.
And the conventions.
Chair.
That might need to look at where that can belong, whether it cannot belong to rule, because we have already inserted, I think we have already amended Rule 440A on treaties, ratifications and so on. I'm not yet so sure whether it would be in Rule 40 or to put it in this.
Honorable Nathan, look at Rule 40.
Because we have amended it before, and we had provided for details on ratifications and consideration of treaties.
Madam Chair, yes, I've seen it. It talks about those. But what I'm trying to raise is that there should be a real committee. You see, when they have presented them to the House, there should be a committee which you can really scrutinize them for us and make a report.
It is Foreign Affairs that presents it. Rule 40.
Honorable Nandala, this is a new committee. The treaty is a function of some other committee.
Yes.
Which is
so we are making.
I've seen it, Madam Chair. I dropped my case.
Okay. So we are removing post-legislative scrutiny.
Only.
I put a question that the new rule be inserted immediately before Rule 186A. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 187.
Rule
187.
Madam Chair, we do propose that Rule 187 is amended by substituting for Sub-Rule 1 the following. There shall be sectoral committees of the House whose composition shall be in accordance with Rule 188. In Sub-Rule 2, by substituting for paragraph F the following. The physical infrastructure covering works and transport. 2, by inserting immediately after paragraph F the following. Lands covering 1, land, 2, housing, 3, physical planning, and 4, urban development. Split the committee into 2 to allow the adequate and effective consideration of all the subsector issues. We beg to move.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Enos.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The committee, thank you so much, the committee chair. They are suggesting that we actually split physical infrastructure into two committees. Madam Speaker, we are moving into program planning. Actually, we intend...
Program-based budgeting.
Yes, program-based budgeting. That means we intend to actually bring all these committees into the 20 programs or so. Now, again, here we are proposing that we split further the already existing committees. Are we moving? I think is the committee advising us rightly?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. Right Honourable Chair, it actually surprises me because when you talk about physical infrastructure, you cannot move lands away from works because whatever works does is on land, and normally there are issues.
Clear your conflict. You're conflicted, I know.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is not just about conflict, but it's about objectivity. And the people who made this rule actually foresaw that. That's why in Rule 187, under sectoral committees, they said the Physical Infrastructure Committee shall cover lands, housing, urban development, works and transport, and physical planning. Because you cannot separate them. So Right Honourable Speaker...
Does works also handle ferries?
Yes, it does.
Which is in water. Okay.
So Right Honourable Speaker, I want to actually request the committee and the chair that we drop this since we are moving into program-based budgeting. And for me, there is actually nothing. Much of the work of the Physical Infrastructure Committee is under works. Thank you.
Lebtong, tourism city, Casilo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm in agreement with what Honorable Enos has just submitted about the idea of maintaining this committee into one reason of program-based budgeting, but also because we have so many other committees. I want to give another example. Committee of Agriculture is very busy. They meet almost on a daily basis, even education. But still they are managing to handle all the issues which are supposed to be handled by the committee effectively. And because of program-based budgeting, I don't think it will be right for us to keep on splitting committees. Otherwise, all other committees are going to submit in the next amendment that they want their committees to split.
We are looking at separate mandates. When you talk about agriculture, it's pure agriculture. It is one mandate. It is one mandate. That is part of agriculture. It is just the name that differs. Yes, tourism.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in support of splitting. The reason being that if we are looking at issues of lands, housing, and when we are talking about the cities, the new cities we have created, the planning, the physical planning, this is very far from those preoccupied with the road networks and the transport. Really, they are very far. That's why when you have these specialized experts in physical planning of the country, it is a docket that needs special attention, and that's why I'm really of the view that we get this split such that we have good output from these committees and the ministry.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would not have a problem with the splitting committees, but I wanted us to just be consistent. Because if I looked at a committee on legal and parliamentary affairs, it has 8 MDS. If you look at presidential affairs, it has 10 MDS. So you can see. So why would we split that which is small? So because I thought because we are talking about the work such that people will concentrate. But following from what the MP from
Honorable Elijah,
yes?
Don't look at the number, but the program areas. Based on the program-based budgeting. Program areas.
Yes,
Continue.
I'm cognizant of that, Madam Chair. Yeah, then we have to be consistent that it cuts across now all the committees if we are to handle it this way. When the Honorable Alex talks about housing and the cities, those go hand in hand with the roads, because if you don't plan the roads together in those cities, then we shall have no access roads in those cities. So to me, really, that cannot be the argument. Thank you.
You know, my brother is conflicted because he has been a member since 60s Parliament. Honorable Bua, let's hear from government also.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Mine is first of all to support the position of the committee because that is in tandem with the program-based budgeting as a justification. But I wish to proceed and seek some clarity from the committee chair, because there has also been a call in line with the program-based budgeting. There's a committee of tourism, trade and industry. There was a call also to split it into
On
two.
which rule?
Wildlife,
which rule?
tourism,
No,
and
that's
antiquities.
That's not the
Then
rule.
trade, industry,
Why don't you wait
and
and hear
cooperatives.
from government chief whip?
That is clarity number one, whether that consideration probably has also been made. Then natural resources appears huge also in line with the program-based budgeting. And there was a call also to have it split into two: energy, minerals, and petroleum. Then water and environment. Whether that consideration has also been.
Yes, order on who? There is nobody on the floor.
No, I moved on procedure right now.
No,
Can I raise it right now?
Yeah, no,
Right
order.
Honorable Chair, can I raise it?
Nobody on the floor.
The government chief whip has spoken and he has made very useful points. I'm aware we have already processed the budget framework paper. In that budget framework paper, there are costs which are assigned to whatever we want to do. These proposals are coming way after we have processed the budget of Parliament. And what we're doing will have financial implication. Both of you are here, the Minister of Finance is here. Can you allay our fears that what you are doing here will not burden government, and you have the resources to cater for this split so that the whole country knows how you want to be in a wasteful expenditure when we are trying to
Honorable members, when you look at NDP 4, the program areas, when you look at mineral development has its own program. Sustainable energy development has its own program. Tourism development has its own. Natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water has its own. You have sustainable urban and housing also has its own program. So I think what the government chief whip is saying is in relation to NDP 4. Yes, Madam Procedure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There is no better way to contribute to an item other than through either procedure or information or point of order. Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Chair, when we were handling the budget framework paper, can I request for the attention of the chair? Right Honorable Chair, when we were handling the budget framework paper, the Speaker directed the Attorney General that considering that now we are moving or we are into the program-based budgeting, there is need to amend the PFMA, and the Attorney General actually indicated that they as government would actually do so, so that we actually align also our committees based on the program-based budgeting. So, Right Honorable Speaker, instead of doing this piecemeal, why don't we wait for that consolidated paper from the government so that then we can amend all the committees, we can make amendments to our rules for all the committees other than piecemeal looking at one. Because by doing this, it leaves me wondering why particularly this one, when we have others that are also need to actually be aligned to the program-based budgeting. So I want to propose that we stand over this until we have the document from the cabinet, from the government side, aligning all their programs. Then this parliament can actually amend or adjust the committees according to those programs.
Thank you.
It's just my proposal.
Honourable members, nobody will amend the rules apart from Parliament. Cabinet cannot amend the rules, and these rules are not cast on stone. Honourable Chair, are you in agreement with what the government chief whip is saying? And if so?
Yes, but we did consider those proposals in detail, and we see how we can split them. It's not really coming, say, let's split, and we split at the heat of the moment. This one, we considered it in detail. By the way, the decision to create this committee has already been taken. What we are looking at now really are functions.
By the NDP 4, the budget framework paper, by
the
yourself.
Problem, colleagues didn't even attend
problem,
this house.
you don't know what you do in the house.
You didn't attend the house.
I put a question that Rule 187 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment of the government chief whip will come in another.
The committee will be willing to consider the details and examine it appropriately.
With amendment from the government chief whip. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 188.
188.
Composition of sector committees. Rule 188 is amended by substituting
members,
for sub-rule 1 the following.
We are trying to reach Chairman Mao. I've given my phone to somebody. He's not yet picking, but we are still getting him. Yes?
Rule 188, the proposal is to amend by substituting
it's
for
not
sub-rule 1 the following.
Northerners. He's shaming Northerners. Yes?
A sector committee shall comprise of no less than 20
Honourable Government
members
Chief Whip,
and not more than 40.
can you help? Hello? Yes, go ahead.
And by inserting immediately after sub-rule 7 the following, a commissioner under Rule 11.1 shall not be designated as a member on the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Justification: to set a maximum and minimum number of composition of a sector committee, and 2, to avoid conflict of interest since the Commission reports to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee.
They are conflicted, true, that's very true. I put a question that Rule 188 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New part.
New insertion.
New part. The rules are amended by inserting immediate after part 27, Roman 27, the following. Consideration of matters by more than one committee. 191A. Consideration of matters by more than one committee. The Speaker may, at any time where a matter requires consideration by more than one committee, refer the matter for consideration by that committee, by the committees jointly. 2, where the Speaker refers a matter for consideration by more than one committee under sub-rule 1, the Speaker shall designate a chairperson and a deputy chairperson from among the chairpersons of the committees considering the matter jointly. 3, the committee to which a matter is referred for consideration jointly shall report to the House jointly. 191B, quorum. The quorum of the committee to which a matter was referred for consideration jointly under Sub-Rule 1 shall be 1/3 of the total number of members of the committee. 2.
Of
In
the
realizing
committees of the committee.
Of the committees.
Yes.
In realizing the quorum under Sub-Rule 1, the chairperson of the committee shall ensure that 1/3 of the members constituting quorum shall, as far as is practicable, comprise an equal number of members from each of the committees required to handle the matter jointly. Justification: to provide for consideration of matters by committees jointly. 2. For the Speaker to determine the leadership of the committees considering a matter jointly. And 3. To provide for quorum for consideration of matters by more than one committee. And as realized, many instances, the presiding officer has been referring matters to two committees and so on. So we are trying to codify it and enter it to within our rules.
Thank
we
you.
beg to move.
Thank you.
Chair.
Chut.
Thank you. Madam Chair, on the issue of the quorum, I would really want to propose that it should not be 1/3 of the total members. There are committees where you will have 40 members. There are committees you will have only 20 members itself. And it will be a disservice if we have a combined total. I will propose that it will be 1/3 of the membership of each of the committees when they are signing the report.
It comes to the
itself.
same thing.
It is different. You
No.
can have 40 members of that one committee and 1/3 of them have signed. It makes up the number. But if 1/3 of committee A plus 1/3 of committee B,
Okay,
it is
okay.
different. Yes.
1/3 of each committee.
Chair,
Yes.
as far as 2 is concerned, if you read it, equal number of members from each of the committees is required to handle the matter. I think this one can answer it, because this one answers it. The 1/3 of the committee, assuming it's 20 plus 15 plus 40, you divide by 3, you will get what it is. But what I wanted to put here, I want to tell the doctor that this one, number 2, answers it. The division is good enough. Number 3, I wanted to propose that put number 3, if the chair can agree on the quorum, that the respective chairpersons of those committees should ensure that their members attend. The justification is that it will be incumbent on the members, the chair, to be there to make sure the members are not there, attend. Now, supposing the chair of one committee becomes lazy, he should not make other committees, or even one, not to function. That problem we should go to the chairperson himself or herself for failure to mobilize the members. So let us first put there, and so that if a chair of one committee has come with a report and said, we tried to look for the other chairs, they were not available, and we needed to produce a what? A report.
That is operational. It is implied that you, as a chairperson of the committee, you're obliged to ensure that your members attend the committee. I put a question that the new part of...
Chair, there's an amendment. The amendment 1 is intended to address likely conflicts, because I know there was a time joint committees were sent like this. When it came to reporting, we could not benefit from both their input. So it's important we address that. 2, this proposal provides that the speaker can refer. I think we needed to add "or" the house, so that it becomes the speaker or the house. That gives me the privilege to be able to move the house if, in my view or in the view of any member, the matter should be considered by a joint committee.
Gusli, the House is unified under the leadership of the Speaker. I put a question that a new part be inserted immediately after part 27 as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 195.
195.
Rule 195, the proposal is to have it amended by inserting immediately after sub-rule 7 the following. For purposes of this rule, Misconduct includes unlawful conduct, breach of code of conduct, conduct which is likely to bring Parliament into hatred, ridicule, or disrepute, or negligence in the performance of duty. Justification to provide clarity on what constitutes misconduct.
I put a question that Rule 195 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 197.
197.
Rule 197, the proposal is to amend sub-rule 1 by deleting the phrase of the House. Justification for clarity.
I put a question that Rule 197 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 204.
Rule 204, the proposal is to amend by inserting immediately after sub-rule 1 the following. Notwithstanding sub-rule 1, where the report of a committee contains a dissenting opinion, the 1/3 of members required to sign a report of a committee shall be arrived at by adding the total number of signatures on the report, taking into account the signatures of the majority, the signatures of the minority, and the signatures of members abstaining. 1B, a member who dissents from the opinion of the majority of the committee may sign a minority report under sub-rule 205. 1C, notwithstanding sub-rule 1 and sub-rule 1B, a member may opt to abstain from signing a report of a committee. 1D, where a member does not sign a report of a committee and does not abstain, the member shall, in writing to the chairperson of the committee, offer satisfactory explanation for not signing the report of a committee. E, where the opinion of the chairperson, a member under sub-rule 1D, has not provided satisfactory explanation for not signing the report of a committee, the chairperson shall refer the matter to the Speaker. The Speaker may, upon receipt of the reference under sub-rule 1E, take appropriate action under Rule 85A. A report of a committee shall include a list of members who signed the majority report, signed the minority report, abstained from signing either report, and those who did not sign either report. Justification. To ensure that members sign committee reports. 2, for the Speaker to take appropriate action against members who do not provide explanation for not signing committee reports. We do beg to move.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, it is the members who are lazy in signing reports that are affected. And this is protecting the chairpersons of the committee. Members must sign reports. I put a question that Rule 204. Honorable members, essentially, you know what is interesting? What is interesting? The members I see signing most of the reports are opposition because all the reports are minority, so they sign. They sign. Honorable members, you have to sign the reports. Not so. Laura.
Right, Honorable.
Laura.
I think members know that we have an obligation to sign reports. It's been a practice that the chair is always stuck with a report. Members are nowhere to sign, and yet maybe a chair has to present that report. I think it's just simply doing our job, honorable members.
Thank you, Jessica. Jessica.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable
Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. I support the proposal by the committee because it is going to cure a lot of problems that chairpersons and their deputies go through. It is going to make members to get committed throughout the process up to the delivery of our report. Thank you so much.
Government Chief Whip. Government Chief Whip. Are you wait? What is the clause talking about? I want to hear from Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I am exceedingly happy that the proposal will keep members accountable to their constitutional duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, thank you. Kao? But you said you can abstain. I'm talking the whips.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the whipping system has been very difficult. But now this helps me to track the attendance of members in these committees.
Thank you. I put a question that Rule 204 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. You members, you must work. Stop making chairpersons to suffer.
Rule 213.
Honorable members.
Honorable Chair, Rule 213 is amended by substituting for Sub-Rule 1 the following.
Honorable members, Honorable Mao is back, and we're waiting to hear from Honorable Mao, and Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Attorney General. Minister of Education is also here, but we'll handle his issue after the rules. But what is most crucial as of now is hearing from none other than the chairman. Honorable members, can Honorable members, under normal circumstances, we are supposed to resume the House first. But I'm invoking my Rule 7 to receive a statement within at committee stage. It's a short statement. Sarah, because of the urgency of the matter, Sarah, you gave me too much powers. It is an... Members, we just need an update. When the answered people will do it well.
Madam Speaker, in the spirit of truth and justice, I beg to make the following report pursuant to your directive. My delegation consisted of myself, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, and the Deputy Attorney General. As the public face of justice, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the seriousness with which you handle this matter, and I want to thank members for asserting their responsibility. I wish to assure you that government is also responsible. Responsibility means ability to respond, and we have responded. And now I wish to inform this House, Madam Speaker, that by the time we reach the court, the lawyers of Kano Kiza Besige had actually been engaging with the judiciary. Not the lawyers I'm talking about, these are the better lawyers. And they had agreed to reschedule the matter, which had been fixed for Tuesday. It is now going to come tomorrow. And during that sitting tomorrow, the court will give the appropriate directions, and they will definitely abide by the decree. The court had insisted that they needed the decree in order not to appear to overrule the Supreme Court. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Justice delayed is justice denied. We are very grateful that you've acted. Appreciation from Lop.
Right, Honorable. I want to appreciate this House for exerting, one, our authority, and speaking for people who are defenseless, held up in jail unfairly so. This is step number one. And look, even as I appreciate that government, after we have insisted and made noise and said, now you go, first deal with this matter, come back at 4, let's not always wait for that back and forth. Yeah, for some of these things, just move. Why do you have to wait for us to come here, make a lot of noise, say, Madam Speaker, now this matter is urgent, deal with it, and so on? Why? Why do we have to wait for these things? Can we always move as swiftly as we possibly can? So when we raise a related matter again, move swiftly. Do not have to wait for this. So we are waiting tomorrow. Hopefully, Dr. Kiza Besige and the other political prisoners will attain their freedom.
Thank you. Honorable members, I am grateful that the ministers responded swiftly, but credit must be given where it is due. Nobody raised that matter. I brought it as in my communication. It was my communication, and
that's why, Right Honourable Speaker, we must give all the credit to you. You single-handedly took it up and pushed
listen
the
to government, to opposition.
Yes. Yeah, we want to thank you very, very much and wholeheartedly for personally taking up this matter yourself and ensuring that we hold a committee, a meeting between the executive and this side, and you pushed the minister to ensure that we have results today. At least, we want to appreciate your personal involvement and direction in this matter. At least we are sure that if retired Kano Besige will appear in court tomorrow, what happens in the court, it will be a different matter. But thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for doing us a good job.
Thank you. Can we resume the House?
Rule 213.
Under which rule?
Madam Speaker, no, me I'm proceeding under the article of the Constitution, article number 90, which is above the rules of procedures. And the article is here, Madam Speaker. And for if you allow,
Article 90 on parliamentary committees.
Yes, and Article 80. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Uganda says the quorum of the Parliament shall be prescribed by rules of procedure of Parliament, made under Article 94 of this Constitution. For avoidance of doubt, the rules of procedure of Parliament may prescribe different quorums for different purposes. Madam Speaker, under Rule 24 of our rules, it says the quorum of Parliament shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament entitled to vote. Madam Speaker, the quorum...
Honorable Nathan, we're in Rule 213.
Yeah, but
if you want a recommittal on the other, you'll come back.
No, it's a procedure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because you are the one who knows the custodian of the rules. So, Madam, because I don't want us to move against the Constitution, Madam Speaker. That's why I was raising it a procedure. Madam Speaker, you'll have to bear with me because I need us to move in harmony. So, Madam Speaker, the Constitution prescribes our rules prescribe. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if you make a rule which is contrary to the Constitution and our rules which describe the quorum, we would be going out, and at the same that day the rule is passed, would be no rule. So wouldn't it be procedural right, Madam Speaker, that we move our rules according to our Constitution?
So what is the problem now?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the problem is one of the rules which you have made, which is going to be affected, which is saying the rule for people to vote at a particular time, you're saying it should be 100% of the entire membership. Yet our Constitution says...
Which one is that?
No, this one here, rule which you have just passed.
Which one?
No, this rule which you have said, rule signing of a report is a vote.
You read the rule verbatim.
Yes, Madam Speaker said, notwithstanding, Rule 1, where report of a committee contains dissenting of 1/3 requires to sign the report shall be arrived at by adding this, the signatures of majority, signature of minority, and signatures of abstaining. That's the one which you get 1/3. Now, the moment you have got 1/3, there is no reason for people to now start writing that they have been absent. The moment we do that, we're saying now we need everybody to vote on a report. Right? Signing a report is voting for that report.
That is different on quorum. We are talking about signing, endorsing the report. You either come out and sign the report, or you abstain and say, I'm abstaining because of A, B, C, D, or you're writing a minority report. Now we are enforcing on the role of members of parliament. You cannot be a member of parliament for 5 years and you don't even sign one report. You don't even attend one committee meeting.
Madam Chair, I accept you. That's why you have said, well, put there, that those who will be absent, they will be taken to rules and privileges.
Honorable Nathan Mandala, Chairman of BCU, quorum is different from endorsement. So let's first go to the next quorum. Next
procedural matter.
Question. And next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee proposed to amend Rule 213 by substituting for Sub-Rule 1 the following. A witness appearing before a committee to give evidence may be paid such sum in respect of his or her expenses as the clerk to Parliament may from time to time determine. 2. By inserting immediately after Sub-Rule 1 the following. The clerk shall make the payment to a witness after the witness has appeared before the committee, and the clerk may, in exceptional circumstances, make payment in advance upon satisfaction that the witness will have difficulty attending. Justification: to align the expenses of witnesses with the prevailing economic circumstances.
AJ.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. First, maybe I will seek to be informed how the current status has been. Have we been paying witnesses? And if we have been paying witnesses, why in paragraph 1 are you saying may? Why are you proposing to use the word may and not shall, so that it applies across board to all witnesses? And secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, my query on the second one, on the paragraph 2, the proviso that in exceptional circumstances, the clerk may pay this money out in advance to aid the attendance of a witness. The issue would be what would happen if the money is paid out and the witness does not attend. Now, you may have ways, you may have proviso for recovery of this money, but this money may not be much. 100,000 shillings. The clerk is not going to move to take people to court in order to recover 100,000 shillings. But eventually, when the clerk is being audited, it will form an audit query, because there will be 100,000 missing here and 100,000 missing there. So I would rather we leave sub-rule 2 and only pay those who attend. And for sub-rule 1, we use the word shall and replace it with may. I beg to submit.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If you look through our constitution again under Article 90, the powers of the committee, it has powers to some under
enforce.
And enforce. Now, a minister or a public person holding office or private individual submit memoranda or appear before them to give evidence. And they have the powers of High Court to enforce. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, the moment we start saying we are going to pay, you have forced me, a minister for finance, to come here. I will say, pay me. We have to be very, because they're witness. So we have to be careful with which people are supposed to what? To be paid. Yet the Minister of Finance would have come to defend his loan.
We shall actually become a transactional parliament.
Exactly. So, Madam Speaker, this
Honorable
amendment...
members, there is no money for that payment.
Yes,
Clerk does not have it. If you have not been operationalizing the current one, why do you want to make this one? Clerk does not have that money. You delete. Delete Rule 213. Negatory expenditure.
I think, Chair, I would rather somebody seeks a clarification. How many categories of witnesses attend parliamentary business? Can I explain, please? One, they are public officers. For example, if somebody is from local government, captured and has been summoned by parliament, his local government pays for the transport expenses. Two, if you summon a private individual from Buburo or from Bugisu, how is he going to come to parliament as a witness? Because he doesn't owe you an obligation. He has no transport. Do you need him here as a committee? He's a private individual. Are you going to say you have not come because you said he doesn't have transport? What do you do? So, the logic about this was about private individuals who have no obligation to attend to parliamentary business, not public officers.
Honorable members of ICT, if a person cannot appear, he can appear on Zoom. Yes, we cannot pay. This is a redundant rule. Let me hear from Whip first, then Zombo, then there is another Whip there.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this particular proposal will paint Parliament in a very wrong picture, and it can easily be abused. Madam Chair, if we have a witness from, for example, Oyam, we have ever gone to the field, for example, when we were creating local governments, where we go nearer to the people. We have money for that as Parliament. And two, Madam Chair, if we now start like this, and then a witness is summoned and he or she fails to appear before the committee, how will the clerk be accounting for this if there are like 10, 20? Madam Chair, I object, and we only have to drop this proposal, Madam Chair.
Delete, not the proposal, delete the rules. Zombo.
Thank you, Chair. I think my position on that proposal is that we are dealing with so many witnesses in the committees, and that will be a lot of cost on Parliament. And I don't think Parliament is in position to pay all these various stakeholders, witnesses we are going to call in the committee. It is easier for members of Parliament, members of the committee, to go to the village to meet that witness because there is a budget for it. I think that's my position. Thank you.
Derek?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam
Derek,
Chair, I also disagree.
Derek, you're very smart.
Thank you. African way is done. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I also disagree with the issues of payment because there are members who are not even straight. They will be just making deals with the witnesses. So I don't agree to that. Yes, there are members who are not straight.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Derek. Honorable members. Honorable Derek. Honorable Derek. There is no member that makes a deal.
We request you withdraw that statement, Madam Speaker.
Can you withdraw that statement?
Madam Chair, I withdraw.
What have you withdrawn?
I withdraw the statement that some members make deals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm really submitting on the issue of bringing witnesses here and making payments for their coming. This proposal assumes that we are actually court and somebody is coming here, he has to be paid, and I'm wondering if that is what actually happens in the mainstream court sessions. And so I really also propose that this amendment be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Then, Madam Chair, you had given me space.
Chair.
Honorable members, let's
Chair.
hear from the chair.
Colleagues, it seems the majority of us have not read the rule as it is now. And they are thinking this is an introduction. And this is the current situation. Let me read it for you. It is Rule 2131, the rule as it is now. And please listen. The rate of allowance to be paid for the expenses of any person appearing as a witness before a committee shall be the same as would be payable to that person if he or she were a witness attending the High Court. 2, for the purposes of this rule, witness means a person who testifies before a committee upon issuance of a summons by that committee and does not include a person who appears before a committee to give evidence in his or her official capacity. So, before you talk about expenses, listen. You have to listen.
Finance wants to give you a clarification.
So, the current status is actually people who are appearing before committees are entitled to be paid, and at the rate as if that witness is appearing in a high court. That is the situation as it is now. What we were seeking then, because people are debating about the merits of payment, what we are seeking was the exception to say that this money may be paid in advance. That was the only new introduction. You get it? So, there are two issues here. One, if you don't like what we are seeking, but then you are debating the merits of the rule as it is now. So, if these are the options the House has.
The Minister of Finance wants to speak
These
first.
are the options the House has. One, to delete the original Rule 213. Or you either delete the original 213, or you don't go, or we abandon our amendment to 213. So I think the debate should be focused.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I call Honorable Katunt Professor of Rules. And that being the case, he has simplified my submission. I would therefore wish to propose that Rule 213 be deleted. As it is, Rule 213 exists. And I want to propose for a deletion of Rule 213, and a justification. Can I first propose?
Listen for a justification.
Madam Chair, my justification for deletion is that even when I am always willing to provide funding for parliamentary commission, on this one, I feel this is not a necessary expenditure which we should accommodate in our budgets.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Can we hear from the
you
Commission?
Sit. You sit. Honorable members, I put a question that Rule 213 be struck off the rules or procedures of Parliament. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. 214. Moses, I will give you.
Rule 214 is amended by substituting for sub-rule 1 the following.
Madam Chair, procedure.
An order to attend or produce documents before committee shall be notified by a summons in the format prescribed in Schedule 5, signed by the clerk under the direction of the Speaker. That is justification is to provide a format for summons for witnesses in the rules. What has been happening that chairperson sometimes summon witnesses or people, and there are different letters of summons and so on. So we are entrenching in the rule that it is only the clerk who should sign summons.
Clerk to Parliament.
Clerk to Parliament. And then 2, it should be under the direction of the head of the institution.
Honorable members, what has been happening or what is happening? The persons, the assistant clerks working in the committees write summoning, and that's why you have contradicting summons. This committee is summoning, the other one is summoning, and they summon so many people without even the chairperson of the committee at times knowing. So it is better at times. We have 4 clerks. We have the clerk to Parliament himself. We have the deputies, 3 deputies. So if the summon is signed by one of those 4 people, that is a legitimate summon. But what? Mehdi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Without differing a lot. Don't you think this will bring really micromanagement of committees and make the process laborious? Because the rationale of building this is in good faith, right, Honorable Speaker? Don't worry about it, and we can talk about it. It makes the process long, laborious, and unnecessarily bureaucratic. Because you see, if it's within the wisdom of the committee to summon those persons, it means the committee resolves. It has a clerk who acts on behalf of the delegated powers of the clerk, and you, the speaker, through your chair. So, for sure, if defense is to present, COSASA is to present, then equal opportunities, then natural resources, it will be laborious and unnecessarily not good. In my opinion, let's build capacity of these committees and build that principle of leadership where we say if you summon, you've done it within the wisdom of the committee, and we should, give them this encouragement to, after all, it's just summons,
Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, there are two forms of letters written by the committees of Parliament. There are invitation letters of ministers and government departments. Then after writing those invitation letters, these ministers are at large to write back to the clerk saying they cannot make that day and they seek for another day. Then there are those people who are invited to appear before committees and they refuse to come. And under our rules, they have their powers under the chair to summon them. So I want to find out from the committee, the chairperson of the committee, which one is this? Because when we talk about summons in the committees, we have been using them for those recalcitrant witnesses who refuse to appear. And still, if he fails, because our rules are very clear, you have powers over the High Court. That's when you use summons to bring the chair. But if you tell the clerk of Parliament, what if my good friend is a good friend of the clerk, he has refused to appear, and the summons have failed, the clerk has not written, what will happen? So I would wish to look at those two different areas, invitation letters and the summons to those people who have refused to appear after making them come to the committee.
Thank you. We've had, let's first hear from the chair. Let's hear from the chair.
Why are we making this proposal? One, there have been summons from this house which summons are unknown to the institution of Parliament. Yes. Why? No, I don't have to go to that, and I'm trying to get the appropriate word not to make the debate again degenerate. Is chairpersons, for example, have no authority to write and sign summons, but they have been doing it. They have been doing it. The communication, even understanding orders, should be from the clerk of Parliament or somebody acting on behalf of the clerk. And
listen,
if it is a document, what authority do the clerks have? The clerks of the committees. We are not talking about invitations. We are talking about summons. A summon is provided for under Article, should be 90, of the Constitution. And it can even be enforced through arrest. So we are not...
You first finish. You first finish. You first finish.
He's making something you want to know. You see, Madam Chair.
I am saying let chairman first finish his submission.
But there's something very pertinent.
Let him finish.
To array Honorable Mohamed Sereko's fears, this is not about normal invitation of ordinary parliamentary business, but we are talking about summons. of witnesses. People who are obliged by law, and if they don't, they can even be arrested. So that's why we are raising the bar to the level of clerk himself and the institution of the administration of parliament. The administration of parliament should be aware that there are summons, because you could go ahead and even order arrest.
Honorable members, I want to give you one scenario where one of the assistant clerks wrote a summon to somebody, and there was a problem. There was a problem with the summon. And when that summon was taken, it ended up in the police, in CID headquarters. And who was called to answer for that summon? It was a clerk to parliament. Clerk to parliament didn't even know about that. So that's what we are trying to cure. Yes, Elijah.
Madam Chair.
Elijah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. I don't. Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. This can help us. I think we are just laboring for nothing. When you look at the privileges, powers and privileges, is interfering, Madam Chair. If you looked at the Powers and Privileges Act, Part 3 on evidence, it covers this. That's 8. Power to order attendance of witnesses. Parliament or any session law committee may, subject to sections 13 and 15, order any persons to attend before Parliament or before a committee and to give evidence or to produce any paper, book, record, or document in the possession of or under the control of the person. 2, the powers conferred by Section 1 on a session law committee may be exercised. Sorry, that's 8. Let me go to 9. Attendance to be notified by summons. Madam Chair, when you read 9, just this, it provides for the clerk on the direction of the speaker. When you look at Section 9. So it is something which is already covered in the Act. So what we are talking for is just, I don't know what we are arguing over about. So what the chairperson is putting is just to import what is on the Act into the rules.
Exactly.
Madam Chair and honorable members, there is no any chairperson of a committee who summons a witness on his own volition, who acts at travails. When a committee sits and we invite a minister or any witness and he fails to come, it is upon the committee members to sit again and determine whether that person should be given summons. So if any member or chair sits alone in his office, that is a travails. That's what I have to say. It is out of the committee sitting that the chair asks members, this person has failed. What do? We have to summon him. We agree as a committee, but not on a volition of the chair alone.
Honorable members, let me read for you Parliamentary Powers and Immunity Act. Section 9. Any order to attend, to give evidence, or to produce documents before Parliament or to the committee shall be notified to the person required to attend or to produce documents by summons under the hand of the clerk issued by the directive of the Speaker. This is the Act, which is superior than your rules. In every summon under Section 1, there shall be a stated time, when, place, and where a person summoned is required to attend and present the documents. And that's what Honorable Katunda has put.
Right, Honorable Speaker. What we are trying to do, colleagues, is to get what is in
Rule
the parent
214
Act
is copied from Section 9.
rules. So
make and sit.
unless you want to debate and amend the act.
Can we amend the act first? The committee is giving a format of such summons, who is responsible, who should sign, the standard operating procedures.
Madam Chair, Honorable Sereko is asking that define the clerk. Under this act, in the interpretation rule, says the clerk means the clerk of parliament.
A constitution, a clerk under Article 87, a clerk to parliament and other stuff. A clerk to parliament is defined here in the constitution. It is not just this small office of a writing clerk, a clerk assistant. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. This group of people we are going to summon, do we call them persons or witnesses? If we call them witnesses, throughout the rules of procedure, the word used was witnesses. But when you go to the glossary, it is not defined in the preliminary text. So are we going to call them persons or witnesses? Even persons are not defined. So, Chair, is it...
We stood over Rule 1 for interpretation. Yes. So we can define it in Rule 1.
Yeah, so, Chair, thank you. I think that is my position. You take note of that, so that we can either define a person or witnesses.
Thank you, Doctor.
Chair, thank you. I want to thank you for raising and observing the Constitution.
No, it is all the West.
Let me make this point, which is very important. You have helped us assert that the Constitution is very supreme. The other time, this House moved and passed an amendment to the Rule 82, that traditional wear must be banned. And that proposal, as passed, is unconstitutional. It offends Article 37, which guarantees the right to promote tradition.
Look at those ones who like putting on kitenge.
It contravenes Article 29, which provides for protection from freedom of expression.
Honorable member, let's first listen
so Madam Speaker,
to this.
Before we move, I thought you would address this constitutional matter.
No, let's first. Let's first. 214.
The chairperson mentioned, called for a doctor. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I just needed clarity when it comes to heads of missions, ambassadors, and heads of multinationals. How do we go around that if you're a committee and you want them to come through? How do you approach it? Thank you.
You write to the PS of Foreign Affairs, and then PS Foreign Affairs will write to them within the framework of their immunities. I put a question that Rule 214 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Rule 215.
215.
Pardon? The committee proposes Rule 215 to be substituted for the following. A clerk to a committee shall receive all documents on behalf of the committee. A document received by a clerk to a committee shall not be withdrawn or altered without the knowledge and approval of the committee. Justification for clarity.
I put a question that Rule 215 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 216.
216.
Page 114.
216 is amended by substituting for the head note the following: publication of evidence and reports of committees. By substituting for sub-rule 1 the following: a member or any other person shall not publish or supply a report of a committee before it is laid on table. 3, by inserting immediately after sub-rule 2 the following. Where a member is alleged to have breached sub-rule 1, the Speaker shall refer the matter to the Rules Committee for investigation. A member who is found to have breached sub-rule 1 shall be liable to suspension for the next 3 sittings, excluding the sitting in which the member is suspended. Justification: to provide clarity, to harmonize the provisions with the Access to Information Act, and to provide for sanctions for breach of the rule.
Madam Chair, we use uploading the report. And sometimes we get a problem when the report is delayed. So we need to, don't you think we need to take care of uploading and laying the report so that there is clarity? Because the report can be uploaded and immediately members start circulating. So we need to have that clarity that the uploading of the report is equivalent to laying and will be on the directive of the Speaker.
It is already there. Laying of papers. I put a question that Rule 216 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 220.
Rule 220. Right Honourable Chair is substituted for the following. 220. Action taken reports. A minister shall, within 60 days, working days, following the resolution or recommendation of Parliament, submit to Parliament an action taken report detailing what actions have been taken by the relevant ministry. Justification: to prescribe a period within which a minister should submit to Parliament an action taken report, because this has been missing and the ministers sometimes have not been responding.
Yes.
Excuse me, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm just veering from the point of discussion, and it's in lieu of the question of the returning students. I'm not saying that, but I would like to move that we pause the rules of procedure and move to the issue of the response from the Minister of Education. And the reason is simple, Right Honourable Speaker. We have a selection date.
Let me first put a question on this one.
And then...
Yes, let me first have this disposed of. Yes, Nathan.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the moment we put 60 days alone, it will mean, for example, you have something you are telling Honorable Musasi, until he produces it, we cannot pass his budget. He will say he's entitled to 60 what? 60 days. So, Madam Speaker, we must put a proviso here, except where it is directed for. Because maximum should be 60 days, but a Parliament can make here and say, no, we're giving you 7 days. Can you have a response to this? We don't do that. You get like today you had 2 hours.
Yes.
So
you don't have to labor on Nandala. I concede.
Thank you.
I put a question that Rule 220 be substituted as proposed and amended by Honorable Nathan Nandala. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 229.
Madam Chair, you said that you will first dispose that matter. And Madam Chair, I would like to move a motion that we pause. And
under which rule?
I'm moving orally, so you can quote the rule. However, we are all aware that the matter that is urgent now is to the parents who have to present their children to schools and their selections for A-level. The country is awaiting to understand whether those children that did not perform very well should be returning to the long journey of starting from senior 1 or going back to senior 3. And in any case, those that are being picked up on in senior 1, they must know the fate and their future. Therefore, Honorable Kanya, please, you can move it.
So, right, Honorable Chair, I would like to seek your intervention that a question be put, that we pause this discussion and move to the response so that the House do resume. We move from committee stage so that the House do resume and we get a response from the Minister of Education towards the status of the new curriculum and the issue of performance by the senior four.
Honorable members, we are left with only 7 rules for us to finish. And then after we finish, we will go to the minister. So don't worry, we can sit. We can sit.
Rule 229.
229.
Right Honourable Speaker. Chair, Rule 229 is substituted for the following. Where the Speaker is of the opinion that the words that have been used in the debate are defamatory, indecent, unparliamentary, or undignified, the Speaker shall order that such words be expunged from the official record. Any statement made that are related or connected to the expunged words shall be deleted from the official record except the order of the Speaker under Sub-Rule 1. Justification: to expunge all statements, discussions, audio-visuals regarding the words that are considered defamatory, indecent, unparliamentary, or undignified. We beg to move.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I want to add that what is expunged on the record of Parliament, the Minister for ICT will direct all media institutions to have it expunged from all social media. Madam Chair, I'm saying this.
We can't debate on what is not within our.
No, Madam Chair.
The rules are for the House.
Madam Chair, I know the rules are for the House, but it's very important that what is expunged, what is not record of Parliament, should not continue to circulate as if it is record of Parliament.
That is an extraterritorial jurisdiction. I put a question that Rule 229 be substituted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 231.
Rule 231 is amended, we propose, by substituting for Sub-Rule 1 the following. The proceedings of the House and committees may be available for broadcast on radio, television, and other platforms during all hours of sitting, except under circumstances determined otherwise by the House and as directed by the Speaker. Justification: to accommodate technological advancement and diverse broadcast platforms.
Yes, AJ.
Madam Chair, this rule is very good, and the justification is very okay. My worry is if you say except under circumstances determined by the House. Now, you are limiting this. It means the House has to first debate and make a decision on whether to have the matter broadcast or not. And yet, the Speaker is not just the custodian of the rules, but is also in charge of the House at any one given time. I would rather we remove except under circumstances determined by the House, and we leave it to the decision of the Speaker. I beg to submit.
Okay.
Honourable Speaker, firstly, I want to disagree with the learned Deputy Attorney General. The Speaker is part of the House, and the Speaker leads the House. So decisions which are determinations made by the Speaker in their chair are made together in unison with the House. So I think it doesn't curtail anything in any way. By the way, when you look at most of the rules requiring that, they indicate the Speaker and the House, because we are jointly dealing with these matters. But the other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree again with the committee's proposal there. The lower one is okay because technological advancements have happened and so on. But here they are saying may, and yet the rule as it is today is saying shall. Let me wait for the Speaker's attention. Right Honorable Chair, I was saying it would be good to leave the provision of shall as is, the way it is in the rules. The bit about catering for other platforms due to technological advancements, I think that's okay. After all, anyway, we are saying there are circumstances where the Speaker and the House could determine otherwise, but the bit of shall is good because it shows that we are open to scrutiny by the public. If we say may, Honorable Chair, if we say may, we might be misconstrued to appear as if there are things we want to hide from the public, and yet there is none, ideally. So once it remains as shall, there is the other rider of there could be circumstances where the Speaker, together with the House, think otherwise. So I think we should maintain shall with that.
AG.
Right Honourable Speaker, there is no reason as to why we need to be so stiff and strict. As opposed to my colleague's assertion, the LOP, I think may would give us leeway to assess the circumstances as and when to broadcast. But I wish to reiterate my earlier position. My earlier position is that the proposed amendment, we should remove the requirement for the House to make a decision or a determination on whether or not to broadcast. Because at any one given time, we are on opposite sides and we will not agree. If there is a matter that we think one side thinks should not be broadcast and the other thinks should be broadcast, and you cannot agree to that, what happens? So I would rather we leave this to the behest of the Speaker to determine based on any given circumstances. I beg to submit.
Chair, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable.
I think we are a democratic society.
Yeah. Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Chivombe.
Right Honourable Speaker. This is a fundamental right. Access to information. And in the wisdom of the framers of the law, have provided the Speaker with powers and circumstances otherwise. So for us, because when you read the law, at the extreme end, the Speaker is being given a leeway to determine. So where you are, and now when you use may, you are like giving double powers. So in our humble view, I'm not a lawyer, but in my humble view, the word shall enforces the fundamental right. And then the exception powers are given to the Speaker otherwise, and the House. So in my humble view, the word shall is very important in enforcing a fundamental right of access to information, and I don't find it in any way why this should be contentious. I hear him to say...
So you're saying, Haji, the proceedings of the House shall be available for the broadcast on radio and televisions during the hours of sitting, except as directed by the Speaker. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 233.
No, Madam Chair.
Rule 233.
Madam Chair, procedure.
Right Honourable
Procedure, Madam
Chair.
Speaker.
Rule
Thank you very much.
223 is amended.
You first wait for Rule 233.
No, let me give the procedure.
Nathan, first wait. First listen to this, Nathan.
Amendment of Rule 233. Rule 233 is amended by substituting for sub-rule 1 the following.
Yes.
Members of the public and of accredited press may be admitted to the debates in the House under the rules that the Speaker may make from time to time by substituting for sub-rule 8 the following. In accordance with the rules made under this rule, a member of the press or media accredited to Parliament may be admitted into the press gallery with an electronic device for recording and coverage purposes. 3. By inserting immediately after sub-rule 8 the following. Any member of the press, media, accredited to Parliament under sub-rule 8 shall adhere to the rules of electronic coverage of parliamentary proceedings and Appendix G of these rules. Justification: to only admit accredited members of the press to the press gallery and to ensure that members of the press comply with the broadcasting rules.
Yes. 233.
Madam Chair, yes, we are going to 233. But I want your indulgence, Madam Chair. What the committee was trying to amend was to include other platforms in the previous law.
On which one?
Madam Chair, when we are making, that's 231. Yes, what they were trying to amend was radio, television, and other platforms. They wanted to include that.
Yes, that was included. Yes, it was included.
But we included other platforms?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, if you have included other platforms.
Other platforms are included in 231 as per the amendment of the committee. Yes, together with the amendment of Honorable Chivombe.
So, okay. Under the House, they
Yes.
deleted the House.
Yes.
But Madam Chair, now here you are coming and saying, again, somebody to be admitted in the House, he must be cleared, or she must be cleared. Yet you have said the proceedings of the House shall be on radio.
Now you know which one? Oh, you know which one, Nathan? 233. Nathan, we have a parliamentary press association. And you cannot just come and cover from nowhere. You must be accredited to be part of that team. So it is that team that allows you.
Madam Chair, I agree with that proposal, but I need to add that we must provide for appeal of decisions on accreditation. Why do I say that? There are some media people who may be targeted in this kind of situation. And if the people responsible for accreditation fail to accredit me, where do I go next? So we must provide a mechanism within this process that if I've been denied the opportunity to be here, then I should be able to express my dissatisfaction. The matter is considered either by the House, then a decision is made.
It can't be the House.
That way, we will appear to be fair.
We have a department of CPA. CPA is the one that does accreditation. They have an appeal process, and that is where it stops. Now, the House does not come in this circumstance.
Chair, I agree with you, but CPA cannot be the people accrediting. And when you are aggrieved with their decision, you go to them.
in charge of communication in the institution and public affairs.
I think that does not protect public interest.
Now, you want, Honorable Guzuli, you want to do micromanagement of departments. Because what the rules we are making are for the House.
Yeah, right, Honorable. Firstly, I agree that I don't think every such little thing, well, not little actually, but not every one of those things needs to come to the House. But we can provide a mechanism, because you could meet some media practitioner who will say, I was denied accreditation because X, Y, Z does not like me. They may be right, they may be wrong. However, where is the recourse for that person, assuming they're right? Because they could be wrong. Yeah, they could be being thrown out of this place because of whether it be certain indiscipline or whatever. But they could also be right that they are being hounded. What's the recourse for them? Maybe, and I don't like to burden the speaker with too many powers, but there must be some appeal. Do they run to you? Do they run to the Parliamentary Commission?
There is a,
where do those few cases run to?
There is a principal what? Information officer, Mr. Bokua. He's the one who does the appeals. He's the
as an individual?
No, a committee. He heads a committee. Take time and check it out yourself.
Yeah, what I'm trying to bring in, right, Honorable?
Be a committee of the House.
I also agree it should not be a committee of the House. I don't agree also. It might not necessarily be with that. But I'm trying to see how, especially the level of accrediting, I don't think that should be a committee of the House.
No.
But at the level of appeal, we need to see how maybe much more senior leadership of the House does come in. For somebody to say, I am being persecuted
that would be
by these officers, whether this person is right or not, where do they run to?
Okay, now that can be administrative. We can agree on where that can be. We can have a committee of top administration that can handle
I think
that.
Chair needs to help us why they brought that amendment in the rules. If it was an administrative issue, why is it part of our rules?
Right, Honorable, I'm sorry if I appear to be diverting, but my concern is elsewhere. On sub-rule 1, the first rule you want to introduce says members of the public and of accredited press. Now, while you have referred to CPA as a committee that may be available for accrediting the press, what happens to a member of the public who wants to come, sit in the gallery, and observe proceedings?
Sergeant at arms is one of
So
that.
do we introduce a desk out there so that anyone can come from Room Street and say, I want to observe parliamentary proceedings, and that person is accredited to go up?
Honorable Doug, the members who come from out are checked by Sergeant at Arms. They register them, give them tags, and they tell them the do's and the don'ts when they are there. That's the work of Sergeant at Arms. But also, if you're talking about the press, which is not accredited in Parliament, is that allowed for press which is not accredited to be there?
See, if you want to cover proceedings of any institution, official, you must be accredited by that institution.
For regulation?
All institutions. So even in Parliament, pressmen should be accredited. They are given cards. They are known, including media houses. It happens in all government institutions, whether they are courts of law and so on. And then it also helps because you see, a press gallery is specifically for the press, not for the public. It should be distinct. How do you access that? You must prove that actually you are a pressman.
Honorable members, it is for our own safety. I remember one time when somebody was massaging Honorable Bumali.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I have an issue with the whole of this section 1. If the press is accredited to cover Parliament, you are accredited, do you need all this may be admitted to debates in the House under the rules that the Speaker? If you accredit a press person and you have then do you need any other, because you have been accredited to cover Parliament, you are press, then do you need this provision?
Honorable, there are proceedings that are closed. One like appointments committee, it is closed. So that's why you may be admitted into it. And in most cases,
Right on, but before, let me get a clarification from you, the chair. For where they are closed session, like the appointments committee, the rules speak so. Where you have a closed session of parliament, the rules speak so. And you don't need to. Now, this provision here, we are all, after accrediting press, then you have accredited me to do what? To cover parliament. Where you don't need the press, like the appointments committee or a closed session, there are provisions that speak to that. So what's the essence of bringing it here?
That's why I was calling for an
And I'm already accredited.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Maybe you needed to specify.
Accreditation is exactly this one.
Maybe you needed to specify, because the other rule had already talked about the press. Now this one should be to the members of the public.
Yes, public press.
Under our rules, we don't have any rule which provides for accreditation. Please. So, one, we are providing officially under the rules for the accreditation. And say members of the press, members of the public and accredited press may be admitted to in the house. This is what admits them.
But they're already accredited, so why are you saying may? If they're accredited,
Madam Chair, I think we are going to create a problem here.
Yes?
I remember when we had just come to the 9th Parliament, and my closest friends I know here is Honorable Minister Musasizi, the other friend of mine from Fort Portal. We came here when the press was not allowed in the plenary. You remember that? And when we amended the rules, we say this is so backward. World over, the press is given room to cover plenary. The moment you put this, it's going to be discretional on the powers that may be, which will block and stop the press to be here. So I think let us maintain that, because already, Madam Chair, already my driver is
and the new ones. The only difference is accredited. Yes, that's the only difference.
The problem I have, Right Honorable Speaker, once you have accredited press and say these following are accredited to cover parliament, and they are accredited, they don't need another vetting to come and cover the proceedings of the House. They already accredited to cover parliament. Where parliament felt that they don't need the press.
It is not vetting, it is an admission allowing them to enter.
I'm already accredited, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm already accredited.
Honorable, if the gallery is full, and even if you are accredited, how will you go to the gallery when it is full? It is they are talking about admission. You will be admitted to go and sit in the gallery once you are accredited. But if the gallery is full, then we can do it in phases. Then let this one first come in, and then the other. I don't see any.
Madam Speaker, can I give my opinion? Thank you.
So,
Madam Speaker, this draws two things. I think let honorable members get it. Admission of the public.
Yes.
Now that's one.
Yes.
And
the press.
The press.
Yes.
One is admission of two different entities. Exactly. What the public does in the gallery is different from what the press ordinarily does. Yeah. However, it might be hard to draw a line what both do due to citizenship journalism. Because I can come in the name of admitted into maybe a committee meeting as an individual, and I pick up...
Just a minute. Members that come to the gallery.
No. I'm talking of the committees because some are admitted even to the committees, and this is what I was raising with the chair.
Committees.
You remember when you're talking about broadcast, you talked of two entities, the House and the committees. And then you said, shall, except with the authority of the Speaker. Now, whether the speaker also interferes with the work of the committees on broadcast, we shall talk about it. It was just something that we didn't see at that level, House and committee. But we can say committee and houses. Then for committees, we refer to chairpersons. Because if you look at his amendment, and the amendment of Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, we talked about both the House and committees. But now, going back to this, is we have what we call citizen journalism. Someone walks into the precincts of Parliament and starts holding a camera and conducts their citizenship journalism and says, I've seen the speaker here walking around. And you might fail to draw a line between one accredited and one who is not accredited. Now, the issue of accreditation, don't worry. The issue of accreditation is where it arrives that who do you hold culpable? Someone accredited goes through induction and they know when they can be admitted and not admitted to certain areas. For example, the House gallery is full and the media tribune or the gallery is also full. And they say, you know what, you can share this and this. This is for radio broadcast, this is for social media and electronic media, and this is for etc. So that is on admission at different occasions when the House is sitting. So for me, I don't think there is a very big problem that in the matter of accreditation versus admission. Whereas
So
not
you're in
every
support of the
person
committee.
accredited can be admitted on certain occasions, but everyone accredited can access Parliament at
So
all
you're in
times.
support of the committee?
Yes.
Yes. Love?
Honourable Speaker, firstly, I want to commend the committee because one of the proposals was that was brought before them was to say the media should be locked out in this sense. All they can do as journalists is to come with a piece of paper and a pen and sit in the gallery, and then there will be one camera belonging to Parliament which shall feed them. Because the problem with that is whenever maybe Parliament wants to edit out something, it will be edited. But that was rejected.
Who said that?
The chairman is here of the committee. He will elucidate on the proposal that was before the committee, which they rejected.
No, that is
hearsay.
That
No,
is
it's not hearsay, right, Honourable Speaker. The chairman is here. He can bear me witness. That was the proposal. And it's okay for anyone to bring a proposal. What I'm saying, I'm actually crediting the committee for of all those different proposals they received. That one was rejected. It was actually before the committee. The
By
chairman
who?
is here. Anyhow, the point is, right, Honourable Speaker,
Chairman, can you
while
first clear
we
that? Chairman, can you clear that? Because
Right, Honourable Speaker, he's going to come and clarify the proposal that was brought before the committee regarding press. That's okay. The chairman is here. But let me finish with this. Right, Honourable Speaker, as much as we possibly can, we should avoid creating a perception that we are trying to keep the media away from Parliament. What we have to do here in Parliament is to behave. Of course, there are members who are massaging each other and so on. Just behave when you're here. Know that you are in the eye of the public. Yes. So that we don't try and gag the media and make it seem like we are trying to, keep Parliament away from the public. Right, Honourable Speaker, and that brings us to the question of the may and shall that we are debating about.
Before we go to the may and shall, as leadership of Parliament, we have never made a suggestion that we don't want the press here. If we didn't want it, we would tell them not to be here. We've never said that, and we are very, very comfortable and happy when the press is covering our proceedings. We are very happy. So that perception is not there.
We've never received as a committee a proposal to lock out the press. We never. What was, and we detailed it within the report. There was some suggestion that we provide a link like what goes in another parliament. Then the link supplies to the press. Not that anybody was interested to lock out the press and he brought that view to the committee. No, that is not true.
Yes, Doug.
Right, no, I was just finishing. He was clarifying. Then the Doug could...
Madam Chair, with all due respect, Lop, I want to request that that particular comment be expunged from the record.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, my understanding and the perception of the public out there is when you say there will be a link and we shall supply you, you're saying you cannot have your own link. When these journalists are up there, they do have their own linkages to different pages, they have different media houses. So that proposal to say we shall have a link and supply you, that's locking them out. You may not lock the doors, but you are locking them out technologically, and that's really what I was saying. And I'm glad that the committee, I want to repeat this, I'm glad that the committee said no to that proposal. Why are you saying...
Who gave the proposal?
But he has just shared, he has just told us here. Honourable Speaker, we are belaboring too much. The chairman of the committee has elucidated about that live feed.
Madam
and
Speaker,
I am glad...
you first listen to Alex.
Yeah, you know, I belong to technology, smart technology. When you are talking about a link, a live link, you've not locked out anybody. Because in this modern world, we appreciate the use of technology. The smart technology makes you access the entire globe. So when the parliament is trying to go modern, in the local context, you might think that they want to lock out the press, but in the standard measures of the global knowledge gaps, this is a normal practice of accessing information. So the issue of a link, I need to defend it. It should not be used to say that Parliament wants to lock out the press.
I need to elaborate on that misinformation.
Honourable
members giving on matters of technology. Because I'm a highly technical person on matters of IT, and you are informing the country the link cannot actually lock other people out.
I have never heard of that thing of locking out the press out of Parliament. And on the issue of the link, like when the president is addressing the nation, it is basically UBC that is there, and the UBC feeds other channels. And if we want, actually one of these days, I'm happy you've talked about it, we need to decongest that place there, where people think they should go and address the press. We have a room. We have a room where all the press people should go. If you want to go and do legislation on media, you go to that room and address from there. I am happy you have talked it to yourself. I'm also going to decongest the outside there. I am going to decongest. Yes. So whether it is in the rules or not, we shall do it.
Honourable Speaker, let me wrap up this way. Firstly, of course, there's many administrative actions that can be taken. But, Honourable Speaker, I want to...
But remember, we are supposed to have a TV, radio here. And we have a studio here.
That's okay. I don't know what happened. I had not joined Parliament when that suggestion came.
We have a studio down there. From there.
Honourable Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to suggest that let's not gag members and the press too much, because now you might say, even in your office, you can't do an interview. In the corridors, you know, I think it's okay for members to be able to move freely. But again, I'm glad that that particular proposal was not allowed by the committee. But, Right Honourable Speaker, I think when we say shall, we are setting a general principle that as Parliament, we are open to the public, we are open to scrutiny. The other administrative details can be worked out. I know that Parliament accredits about 200 journalists. Now, you cannot have all the 200 journalists in the press gallery. That's what now gets to be worked about administratively.
Law, Rule 23, sittings of the House to the public. Subject to this rule, the sittings of the House or of its committees shall be public. And I'm repeating, shall.
Thank you, Right Honorable. And that's the rule I quoted when I was complaining the time the media was chased away from up there when we were dealing with the coffee bill. I quoted it when we returned here.
We had,
and
House
it's
was
on the
suspended.
when we came back to the House. You remember, Right Honorable? But let's not go back. Right Honorable, you keep taking me behind, and yet we have kind of moved.
No, we enjoy you talking. We enjoy you.
No, I want to sit down. I want to finish and then I sit. So let me finish this way. Right Honorable Speaker, as much as we possibly can, let's not paint that image of we are trying to keep the media away. So now that we have it in Rule 23, what's wrong with replicating the same in 233? Administratively, we can deal with those issues. 200 pressmen cannot be in that gallery. There are too many. All right? Those can be dealt with administratively. Thank you.
Honorable Loeb, the rules are not read in isolation.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you. Madam Chair, regarding the link, when it comes to FIFA World Cup, they give a link and people pay for it. And therefore, Madam Chair, it is very important that we research how we can give a link beyond the district. But regarding the TV and the radio, Madam Chair, in the 9th Parliament, I was assigned by this Parliament. I moved around the world. I went to Korea, I went to UK, and UNDP approved the funding for those equipments. The equipment were brought here. Madam Chair, I have a whole information that I can give you so that we have our TV and radio like in Parliament of Malawi, Parliament of South Africa, and so forth.
No, the equipments were donated to UBC. I put a question that Rule 223 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? The ayes have it.
Rule 234.
Right Honourable Speaker,
thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Chair of the rules, if you could just give me 1 minute. Right Honourable Speaker, Doug just moved here that the statements of the leader of opposition be expunged. Reason being, you know, the leader of the opposition was trying to paint a picture that the institution of parliament was trying to propose, because you never mentioned exactly who went to the committee. And when the chairman was given a chance, he said, there is nobody who went to the committee proposing that rule. I move that his statement be expunged as it was moved by the Deputy Attorney General.
Right, Speaker, the Honorable Kabanda has presented a wonderful point. However, one, the leader of opposition, Honorable Senyonyi, what he presented is based on what he had, and the chairperson of the committee came, yes, but he explained it. And when he explained, we've now all discussed the issue of live feed. So if you expunge his statement, then you'll have to expunge the good contribution of the Right Honourable Speaker on the live feed and the Honourable Ekanya about the live feed, which is public. Therefore, in my opinion, I think it was in good faith, and there is no one who wants to lock out the public.
Honourable members,
Mr. Secretary General.
Honourable members, honourable members, I think Honourable Loeb mentioned that, and it was explained, and we all understood where it was coming from, and it was his own thinking, and it was explained, and he has then changed his thinking. So let's proceed. Next item.
Rule 234.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I go to the next rule, I've been listening to colleagues. And when you look at the amendment we've just introduced and passed, it has just introduced one word in the original rule, and that was accredited press. Accredited, meaning we have moved away from just the press, but giving right to the accredited press. That is it, but anyway, that's a discussion of another day. Rule 234. Rule 234 is amended by substituting in sub-rule 3 the following. Upon expiry of the term of a committee, the outgoing chairperson of the committee shall prepare and make available to the new committee a memorandum containing all the business pending before the committee with reasons explaining why the business was not completed. Justification. For clarity and provide for what...
Chair, before you go to the justification, they should also relinquish their offices, because they don't allow to give out the offices.
These are the sort of mischief we have observed over time, and we are trying to create rules to cure these gaps. But can I complete this? What the chair...
You see now, like Honorable Chivumbi is saying that that I refuse to give out my office. No, but this is a serious matter. Okay, we leave offices.
Yeah.
But honorable members, there is a very big problem. When members are either dropped from being chairpersons of committee, they tend not to allow to leave the offices. And that needs to be cured. You get it, eh? Yes. Yes. Chair, microphone.
The Chike comment coming from my brother, the Hono Mwanga Chivumbi, reminds me of Butambala. There are so many things which are grown in that press.
Butambala, yes.
Butambala, so...
Actually, when we went for a by-election, we go to them.
Can we go back to Rule 234, the Honorable Chivumbi Mwanga? Upon expiry of the term of a committee, the outgoing chairperson of the committee shall prepare and make available to the new committee a memorandum containing all the business pending before the committee with reasons explaining why the business was not completed. Justification. For clarity and provide for what the memorandum under sub-rule 2343 is supposed to contain. 2, to provide for smooth transition between the outgoing and the incoming committees. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in short, the chair is preparing a handover report.
Yes.
And the handover report, you hand over the office.
Yes.
So here, having done that, there should be 4. That the chair shall prepare handover report, and handover office. The justification, you don't hand over only
business,
but you should also hand over the what?
The office. Yes.
And we should also put sanctions. It's very bad for a chair not to come and hand over. And instead, they even plaque off the tags on the door and run away with them as if this is their personal property. So for purposes of Honorable Chivumbi's problem of what they grow there, that one can put aside.
Yes.
But what I want to put across, this is a serious matter.
Chair, concede. Just a minute.
Okay. I do concede to the Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi's proposal.
Yes.
Raise that one of Honorable Chivumbi.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate our chair and the submissions being made, and my brother Honorable Nandala, what he said. I would like to ask that we add a specific time, because it's a good proposal, but we must give it a certain time so that, yes, 1 month, really too.
Upon expiry of the time means immediate. Mr. Chair, your term is expiring, so you prepare. Honorable Kabus.
Madam Chairperson, I'm one person who ever left office in the 8th Parliament. But Madam Chairperson, the tears I shed leaving that office, I was not a chairperson, I was just a mere backbencher. No, relax. Madam Chairperson, I would propose that we include a provision that establishes reasonable time. Reasonable time is, in its ordinary meaning, reasonableness. And reasonable time could be, say, a fortnight, Madam Chairperson.
Moses.
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
When somebody is assigned to be a chairperson of a committee, we expect it to take immediate effect. And what the sergeant at arms is supposed to do is to immediately get you another office. It may not be in the main building, it may be in the boys' quarters, but he has to get for you another office. I put a question at Rule 234.
Chair, now instead of the memorandum, we have agreed that we call it a handover report, because that is when we shall bring out all the space, challenges, and business, instead of the word memorandum.
Handover report. Let's dispose one by one. Hey, you're here.
What we are providing actually is a handover report.
It's just the English, eh?
It's just baptizing its different words.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we want to appreciate this provision because it is important. But circumstances may arise whereby the person may not be in a position to immediately hand over. I thought we could say, in the first place, as soon as practicable. But in any case, not later than 14 days, so that we give time for that person to prepare and hand over.
Whip, that is now the work of the whips. Honorable members, the moment your name is approved by the House, you cease to be a chair. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a basic principle that once you are appointed, you should start preparing your exit report. So immediately your term comes to an end, we shall expect you to also hand over immediately. And that will apply even to myself, even shadow ministers.
The clarification I wanted to seek from the Chief Government Whip is, under the Administration of Parliament Act, there is a provision that the commissioners will continue to hold office even when their term has expired. Why are we not?
Which section?
I think it's
Give
section.
Me the section.
Let someone get for me the administration. Yeah, because I can be helped. I know it is there. Yeah, it's either section 9 or section. It is there. I think section 5 or what? That they will continue to sit there and you are not handling them this same way you want to handle other office bearers. Why? I think let us be human enough and say we can talk about a week or because we cannot say today you are just really. So I therefore propose. I propose.
Rule section 3. A member of a commission shall hold office for a duration of parliament in which he or she is elected, but shall not vacate the office until a member is nominated or elected in his or her place, as the case may be, immediately after the general elections.
True. Madam Chair, what that statement means is that until there are people elected, those people will continue to sit there even when their term
Is the commissioner the same as the chairperson of the committee?
My imagination is those are all officers of government.
No.
And there must be accorded some bit of.
No.
True. At least a week.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are making a new rule to cure a problem. Many times we are faced with chairpersons who refuse to hand over the offices. And Madam Chair, the work of the chairperson must begin, because this is the work, they are the leadership of the committees. And if we give just an open check to them, how shall we cure this problem? So for me, Madam Chair, it should be immediate that when a new chairperson comes, the old one must vacate the office and leave the room for the new chairperson to begin the work of Parliament immediately.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mapenduchi.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, it is unfortunate that the uncouth behaviors of some people is creating a situation that would make certain chairpersons become victims. Madam Chair, it is important to recognize that when someone is appointed a chairperson, and after they have served, we need to accord them certain respect. And also know that it's a transition. And so it should be treated as such. Madam Chair, I would suggest that we include that upon assignment or appointment of new members, the transition should be within 7 days from the date of appointment.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, one, we are making a change from a memorandum to a what? An over report. And two, upon appointment, it is immediate. I put a question that Rule 234 be amended as proposed and amended by Honorable Christine. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New rule.
Let me tell you people. When in the 10th Parliament, most of the chairpersons who were removed the tags and refused to give the new leadership the offices. Yes. Honorable Katuntu was a chairperson of Kosase. He's still in that office up to today.
New rule. New rule.
Honorable Elijah.
The rules are amended by inserting immediately after Rule 234 the following. 234A. Upon dissolution of the House, the Clerk to Parliament shall prepare a legacy report detailing the achievements, challenges, and pending business of the House and each committee of Parliament. The legacy report shall be laid on table within the first 7 sittings of the first session of Parliament. Justification: to inform the succeeding Parliament of the business that was handled and that which is outstanding for consideration by the new committee. I beg to move.
Thank you. That's a very good one.
The 7 sittings appear to be many, because the first 2 we are electing the leaders. Then it could be the third. What shall we be discussing? What shall we be discussing?
Within. This within. It can even be on the third sitting.
Okay.
Yes.
Then the chance to come out clearly here. Otherwise, it's as if after the 7th.
No, it should be within. Parliament shall prepare a legacy report detailing the achievements, challenges, and pending business of the House and each committee of Parliament. The legacy report shall be laid on table within the first 7 days. 7 sittings. I put a question that the new insertion immediately after Rule 234 be adopted. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 236.
236. Yes. 236.
That Rule 236 is amended by substituting for the head note the following: assistance to persons with disabilities and other persons. In sub-rule 1, by inserting immediate after the words persons with disabilities, the words and other persons. 3. In paragraph A and B of sub-rule 1, by inserting immediate after the word disability, the words or an other member, to include the other persons in the category of person that need assistance while participating in proceedings of the House or its committees.
I put a question that Rule 236 be amended as proposed.
I have, Madam Chair, the clarification I want which I would have to Honorable Abdu to assist me. He knows. One time there was a motion here on voting, and the late Omonyo Joke was brought on a wheelchair. And he was not among the elderly, neither was he among the disabled. Why don't we make a provision of anybody who needs assistance? He might be sick, but he wants to come in the house so that we take care of the...
We are not referring to members of persons with a disability or elderly, but we are referring to the persons who are supporting them. The fiscal condition.
And actually, we are talking about the physical
assistance
person, not
to
those
persons.
who have come. Because somebody may be a person with a disability, and yet is not here on the ticket of a member with disability, but he could be disabled. We could have another person who does not represent people of older age, indeed like the Honorable Nandala Mafai.
Is with a disability. Person with a disability.
Madam Chair, Honorable is right. Every Mugis who is circumcised is disabled.
I put a question that Rule 236 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
New rule.
New rule.
New rule, insertion of new rule. The rules amended by inserting immediate after Rule 241 the following: computation of time. For the purposes of Rule 30.10, 33.1, 35.1, 36.1, 39.1, 42, 41.5, Rule 129.2, 141.1, 169.2, 218.1. Days means the working days. In computing working days, a person shall exclude Saturday, Sunday, or public holiday declared under the Public Holidays Act, and any period of recess declared by the Speaker. Where in these rules a reference is made to a week, the reference shall be deemed to mean the period of 7 working days. Justification: to exclude public holidays and weekends when computing time for undertaking parliamentary business. I beg to move.
I put a question that the new rule be inserted immediately after Rule 241 as proposed. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 66. The rules amended by inserting immediate after Appendix B the following. Appendix BA. Procedure for the
What's
election.
wrong with the title?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the title of the new rule that we are inserting, I'm just proposing that it's made clearer, because now it has computation of time. I am requesting
Time
that
as referred to in these rules.
so they need to be very clear like that, so that we don't have it just computation of time. Which particular computation of parliamentary time or computation of working time, something like that, but not just time, because anyone will be asking which time. Thank you. It needs
These
to be
rules are for
defined.
where?
But we've been defining things here.
Oh, a head note is not the law. The law is what is in the detail. So don't just read a head note and you think you've read. You have to read the rule itself.
No, it will come in one. Definition, interpretation. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Chair, I have observed that we are passing these rules without defining the quorum. Is it not time for us? I've tried to look through, and there is nothing like quorum. And yet, it is important that when people have meetings, this is a very important document for us. We should insert a new rule on quorum. The rules shall be amended with at least 1/3. I don't see anything mentioned regarding quorum. And that's why, pardon? 24.
Madam Chair, if we go on these rules and we begin looking for quorum, we shall never amend them. For our rules of procedure, it could be a rule elsewhere, but our rules of procedure, Madam Chair.
Can I clarify?
So are we going to go by Rule 24? The quorum. So if we do this, are we 1/3 now?
Next. Whoever doesn't want can go. If you're not satisfied, you know where to get the remedy from.
Insertion of Appendix BA.
Appendix BA, procedure for the election of the 4 members of the Commission. Procedure for the nomination of the 4 members of Parliament to the Commission. The clerk shall, within 2 days of the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of Parliament, or be at least 14 days before the end of the term of the 4 members of the Commission in existence during the term of Parliament, by notice, inform members of Parliament of the date for nomination of members of Parliament for election to the Commission. 2. Nomination of members. Subject to Section 2(4) of the Administration of Parliament Act, nomination of candidates for election to the Commission shall be made by members of Parliament from A. The government side, who shall nominate 6 members from among their number, and B. The opposition side, who shall nominate 3 members from among their number.
Madam
3.
Madam
Presentation of nominees to the House.
Abdu,
listen.
you are right. Madam Speaker, procedural issue I'm raising.
4 members of the Commission. You're saying the other ones is 6, then this one's 3.
So, Madam Chair, what I wanted, the procedural issue I'm raising, why don't we do one by one, so that we dispose of one, we go to the next one, While Abdul can lead us in that, wouldn't be procedural right to do that? Because if you look at one, we might forget and pass it on members and make mistakes.
Let's first listen to what he says and we see. Yes.
The government side who shall nominate 6 members from among their number. The opposition side who shall nominate 3 members from among their number. 3. Presentation of nominees to the House. The government chief whip and the opposition chief whip shall present to the House the list of members nominated for election to the Commission from both the government and opposition sides. The Speaker shall ensure that the members nominated for election to the Commission include at least 1 woman. A member nominated for election to the Commission shall be seconded by at least 2 members. A member nominated for election to the Commission shall give his or her consent to the nomination. 4. Campaign and election. The campaigning and election of the 4 members to the Commission shall be conducted on the day following the nomination. The Speaker shall give each member nominated for election to the Commission at least 10 minutes to address the House. When all members nominated for election to the Commission have addressed the House, the Speaker shall announce that the ballot will now be taken. 4. The clerk shall ensure that the relevant materials for election are in place. 5. The election of the 4 members to the Commission shall be conducted in the House by all members of Parliament entitled to vote. 6. Voting of the 4 members to the Commission shall be by secret ballot. 7. The ballot paper to be used in the election shall be in the form prescribed in Schedule 4. 8. After all members who wish to vote have voted, the Speaker shall, in full view of members present, cause the clerk to empty the ballot box and immediately count the ballot papers contained in it. 9. At the completion of the counting of the votes, the Speaker shall announce to the House the result of the election. 10. The Speaker shall, after announcing the results in subparagraph 9, declare the successful candidates as elected members of the Commission in accordance with paragraph 5. 5. Declaration of elected members. The Speaker shall declare a member elected as a commissioner where the member from the opposition side that has obtained the highest number of votes cast in his or her favor. 2 members from the government side that have obtained the highest number of votes cast in their favor. C. Among the elected members in subparagraphs A and B, there is no woman, then the woman member who has obtained the highest number of votes cast in her favor. 6. Miscellaneous. Where any matter arises which is not specifically provided for in this schedule, the Speaker shall make a ruling directing what is to be done in respect of that matter. Just hold on. In making a ruling under sub-rule 1, paragraph 1, the Speaker shall be guided by the practices and procedures of Parliament. Justification. This is consequential amendment to Rule 11 on nomination and election of the 4 members of the 4 commissioners to the Parliamentary Commission.
Honorable Chair, what does the Administration of Parliament Act say about the number for backbench commissioners?
The number given is 3 to 1.
3?
As it is in our current rules.
It is what? 3?
As it is in our current rules.
3-1.
Yes.
3-1.
Yes.
So why are you saying that we should have 6? Why are you mentioning the number in this?
No, that's for purposes of nomination. Then we are carrying election from those that have been nominated.
No. Yes.
Madam Chair, for me, I would like to raise one pertinent issue. In this House, we have different shades of opinion, amongst which, let's go slow, because to serve democracy, we must understand that we must work here with clean hands. And in this case, people elect members of parliament to come and represent them in this house through different shades of opinion, either belonging to parties or independent. And if we choose the path of elections and not nomination by parties, then we should leave people to decide on the following. One, to present themselves on their own merit. Then political parties can conduct their own primaries and present candidates to the House as they so wish internally, without us determining the procedure that political parties should undertake, whether it's the government side or opposition side or even independent, because what makes an election is presentation of oneself as a candidate. Every member of parliament seated in this house qualifies to stand as a commissioner. If we are opening up for democracy, whether you belong to a party or you're independent, and therefore when you present yourself, then it should be the house to determine who that person shall be to determine their welfare. Because that is the role of the commissioner primarily, and that is the reason as to why my vote should not be conscripted, if I'm independent, to belong to either the opposition or to a party. Even so, that's why we take it into a secret ballot, and why we are saying let's go for election, because we want to go away from the position of selections being conducted by particular members seated on a board of a party, let's say SEC or NEC, to determine. Therefore, what are we trying to say, Right Honorable Speaker? If we are talking about the commission and going back to the original, well, let us leave it open for everyone to present their credentials. And when they present them, let the whole house determine.
Everybody has including independents?
Yes, because they are members of parliament. And why we elect this commission? Let's be open.
Just a minute.
Even if the administration of parliament act says so, it is ultra-vires. So if we were to effect
then
what
why
it's saying,
don't you amend
therefore we can't amend this without amending the
We are
Parent
not
Act.
amending the rules. Actually, you're speaking in a wrong fora. Because the rules, you're speaking on the rules instead of speaking on the Administration of Parliament Act. The rules has just copied what is in the Administration of Parliament Act.
Right Honorable Speaker, the rules are to enforce the spirit in the Parent Act, not to just copy and paste. Because if it was copy and paste and enforce what is in the Act, what he has presented here is not what is in the Act. So, we are talking about how we manage ourselves. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as regards this rule, even if it means going back to amend the Parent Act, in order to get the aims and aspirations of members of parliament, then let's do exactly that, because we cannot disenfranchise certain people in this house in the name of raising the autocracy of parties against the will of members.
Honorable members, in the 10th Parliament, we brought that debate, and Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafavi was the one who shot me down and said, for you, you are independent. Don't talk about this. So, you get it, eh? Don't talk about this. Nathan refused it. You get it, eh? Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker. I think this is a very intricate matter. First and foremost, we try to follow, is it the Commonwealth practices that creates the opposition and independence. No, don't take me that right. Don't take me that. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, where you are imagining, first of all, where you are imagining 6 nominations from the government side, and are they 4 and they 3. First and foremost, we are imagining that the strength of parliament cannot change. you can have a parliament which is a hung parliament, where literally the difference between the opposition and government side is too slim. No, is too slim to decide on the numerical. And these are commissioners of members of parliament. Therefore, if it so happens that out of 500, the government has 200 and the opposition has 300. Now, who should elect the majority? Secondly, even if it was 50-50, okay? Even if it was 50-50, so where do we get the numbers that 4 out of 4, 3 naturally are the other side and 1 is this side? So for me, that's a very fundamental issue before we go very far. The other question of element is, let's know that in this house, there is also politics. Realistically, we've seen it happen. Where if we nominate 3 this side, and the other one nominate their own, the other side will decide on a member this side on who to support, especially where there are strategic alliances in this parliament. That means you will have a commission literally made of government and its allies in the opposition, and which will not reflect. So therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, before we tamper with this provision, we must take a lot of care on what we are trying to cure. Much as we want democracy.
Honorable, let him first finish.
Then the people who talk about want to create a constituency of independence must be very careful.
Everybody is independent of the other.
Everybody is independent of the other.
Yes.
And on so many occasions, they've tried to come here and pretend they're a shade of opinion. No, you are independent of any other. You are not a shade of opinion. You are a shade of opinion of yourself. You are a shade of opinion of yourself. So you cannot say. You cannot say you don't have inherent associational strength, and therefore you cannot reach and say we are.
Can I have order in the house? I am not giving you Medi, I'm not. No. Decorum.
Don't say we pretend in the house. No, that's not parliamentary language.
Okay, first leave that microphone.
Order.
You leave that microphone.
Order.
Leave that microphone.
Yes.
You sit, Medi. Sit. You sit. You sit. Sit. You sit. You sit. I am saying all of you sit. Honorable Katuntu, we are not putting the numbers. Yes. We are not putting the numbers. Okay? If the independents want a position on commission, they can bring an amendment on Administration of Parliament Act, not on the rules. Bring an amendment, and if you don't want anything that affects the consolidated fund, then you reduce from the existing number from NRM.
Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect, you're trying to debate in anticipation that you think always NRM will have the majority in this house. It's very wrong. Don't worry, please listen.
As of now.
The Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi raised a pertinent point. By the time, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want you to listen carefully, because any of you can become independent. It might not be by your own will. I remember some people tried to gag that for even independents accessing the precincts of parliament through elections. I'm aware parties wanted to present a proposal where they would lock out people from vying independently. And I can tell you, it is undemocratic. Therefore, for as long as we enter this house, even if we are independent from one another, we must enjoy all the rights that you enjoy in this house. Even the right to stand on a particular position. No, the question is, the one that stops you is that the law as it is at the moment, it states clearly that the nominees shall be proposed by parties. Now, either the government side or the opposition side, official opposition. Now, this is what happens. What brought the issue of even squabbles at the commission, who were here before, was the issue of saying it is because there is great opposition and they don't look at these people as XY. But if it is an open race for the welfare of the people, it doesn't matter. Let us present the names, let the members of parliament choose who is that best situated person to debate their welfare. But the issue of saying that this one is independent, this is XY, and I would like to also propose, Right Honourable Speaker, if it comes a moment when independents are the majority in this house, what would be the question?
Dag, first come back on this one.
Because that is the
You
issue
come back.
of mathematical proportionality. So the issue of thinking that the other time the government side will have majority.
Honorable Nsereko, I don't know why you're wasting all that English. It is very simple. Bring an amendment to Administration of Parliamentary Act. These rules are just operationalizing what
So let
the
us
act
stand
is
over
saying.
this rule.
No, we are not standing over.
Because you're operationalizing error and illegality.
Chair, I would like to inform
Right
Honorable
Honourable Speaker.
Nsereko that
Right Honourable
I've
Speaker.
proposed an amendment which he could benefit from.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Daga is on.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want shed light on the rationale or the reason as to why the rules, together with the law, provide for a bigger number for government, despite the fact that at any one time you may have more members of parliament in the opposition. Yes, the reason, welfare goes with budgeting, and at any one time the government in force is in charge of budget. We need to acknowledge that. Yes, it is all about budgeting. No, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. May I be protected?
Honourable members, please.
May I be protected?
Let's hear from him. Let's hear from the Dag and then.
Chair, he's bringing a very wrong statement on the floor. The moment I am also...
There is an order.
But you can, what's wrong with you?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a point of order. Madam Speaker, under Rule 8, we need to have respect for the chairperson. The chairperson is in charge of discipline and decorum. This house is live debate. The entire country, the entire world is seeing us. The Deputy Attorney General is on the floor. The Speaker is giving guidance. Members grab the microphone. What image are you giving young children outside there? Is my colleague in order to grab the microphone, Madam Chair?
Honorable Abudu, remove the numbers that you've prescribed. Remove the numbers that you prescribed. You are disadvantaging one side of the house. I agree with what Honorable Chivumbi was saying. People can connive and say, okay, now if we have Alan, we have a Okupa, we have the other one, let's all vote for who? For Okupa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just in good faith. Now, how does that negate the principle of selection that we are trying to fight? Because if they propose one, then why do you have elections?
Honorable Nsereko. Lop.
Right, Honorable Chair.
The good thing, you're going to be a presidential candidate, so we shall have a bigger number from your party.
Right, Honorable Chair. Two things. Number two here, I want to agree with you that one, we don't limit the nominated persons. So I want to propose an amendment to the proposal here. The government side, who shall nominate from among their number. B, the opposition side, who shall nominate from among their number. Don't limit it to 6. They might want to bring 10, for example. Why do you want to limit it to 6? And two, Right Honorable Speaker, under number 4, the election of the 4 members to the Commission shall be conducted in the House by all members of Parliament entitled to vote. Honorable Speaker, this was on the advent of multi-party politics, as it were. I want to suggest, even though we say we do the voting, let the government side vote for their commissioners and the opposition side does the same. Because when you say that all must be voted by all, it's a bit problematic. It disenfranchises the side that these people are seeking to represent. I'm waiting for Honorable Nsereko so that I can grab the attention of the Speaker, the Chair. Right.
Honorable Blob, nomination of candidates for election to the Commission of the 4 members of Parliament referred to in subsection 2 shall be made by government and opposition side. By government on their side and opposition on their side.
Yeah, and that's true. I am only disputing the bit about the election being conducted by all members.
And that contradicts now with the administration of Parliament
this very proposal.
Yes.
So meaning we leave it out.
Yes. Chair of the committee. Chair of the committee. I want chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've always thought that politicians cherish democracy. And I've always thought that elected members of Parliament should treasure elections. And the reason we had made these proposals was to go away from a process of selection to election, and to have all members of Parliament have a say and participation in the election of their own representative, especially the backbenchers. Why? The commission is composed other than the chair and deputy chair who are our leaders and we elected them, it is composed of the Prime Minister. By law. It is composed of the Minister of Finance. By law. That alone, the executive is ably represented on the commission. The leader of opposition represents the official opposition party. By law. Now we have 4 who are supposed to be representing the backbenchers. When we put up this process, it's for the backbenchers to have a say on their own representatives. That is the purpose of this amendment. I don't buy Honorable Muwanga Chivumbi's assertion that amongst the opposition, they are super opposition. They are those they don't trust, but they are opposition. Who are you to determine? If somebody has become here on an NUP ticket, the law takes him to be opposition. However, that is my reason and the committee's reason why we made these proposals. And I do believe in them. Let me say this, Chair and colleagues. I believe in these proposals. For the first time, I would leave this House to vote. And I'm not going to concede against a principle I believe in. That I'm not ready to. Let the members vote. If they don't want elections, let them say. By the way, colleagues, Chair, can I make this point? Just this point. I am happy that I was here in the 7th Parliament. At that time, all the commissioners, the 4 backbench, were elected by all of us. Until NRM went to some place in, what is it called again? That one. Yeah, that one, yeah. Then they came and they said, no, we no longer want to elect, let other people elect for us. And now you've had the experience. So, right, Chair, I propose, if a member has an amendment to the proposals, including throwing out this whole process, let them take a vote. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Chair. Chair.
Yes.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. When the Honorable Chair, Senior Katunto, explained the content in this proposal, I am more convinced, and I would want to support you and the committee 100% for this particular content. Thank you.
Including having the numbers?
Yes, right. If it pleases you, the numbers to me, as a member of parliament, it is worthy. Let the numbers be there. Like
where are you getting those numbers from? Because if you're making the rules of procedure, if you're making rules of procedure, you must be bringing it from the parent law. The parent law, which is Administration of Parliamentary Act, specifies that NRM will have 4, opposition will have 1, and that is what it says. It does not specify that 3. It does not specify that you bring 6 vis-a-vis 3. It does not do that.
Right, Honorable Chair, if the number is the question in this, we can leave the number.
Yes.
But let it be subjected like the Honorable proposed. We leave the number and we open it.
We leave the number, let the parties decide. Let the parties decide. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Honorable Kavanda.
Madam Chair, let's have a simple scenario. In this same parliament, you had 80 applications.
280.
For people to be commissioners. Now, Madam Chair, are we going to have 280 people here and we elect from them?
And don't remove powers from these parties that have sent these people. Honorable Kabanda.
Madam Chair, like the leader of the opposition has
Yes.
stated, like the leader of the opposition has stated, that we leave these political parties to propose their nominees. Let the opposition propose their nominee, and the ruling party proposes its nominees. But we leave the number to 3 from the government side, and then 1 from the opposition side. But we leave the parties to manage their internal processes.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Agreed?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, I'm saying if you want to include independence, amend the law. It's common sense.
Madam Chair, sincerely, we could agree. You see,
okay, bring an amendment and we amend now.
Yeah, there are so many proposals, and I seek for indulgence before we take a vote on this. We already stated that this particular section of the commission, we are not going to take it on in this parliament because we are not elected them. So if there are disputes, just accept, Madam Speaker, with your powers, that we get the Administration of Parliament Act. Because what Honorable Commander is stating, these ones are going to complain. Honorable Lop was stating that he wants the opposition to vote theirs alone, and the NRM bring theirs alone, which has been the practice. But still, there's an interesting scenario here.
Honorable,
we have shades of opinion.
Honorable member, the Administration of Parliament Act says opposition. It does not say UP, CFDC, DP. Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to start from number 1. Number 1, B. Honorable Katunta, I want to listen. Madam Chair, when you say at least 14 days before the expiry of the term, that person is not a member of Parliament until he has been what? Sworn in. And I can tell you that the first person to be elected is the Speaker, then the Deputy what? Speaker. And then the Speaker will be the one to conduct elections for the backbencher. So Madam Chair, and the Chair of the committee, B should be deleted because the member is not yet a member until he has been what? Sworn in. Yeah, that's okay. You listen to what he says. Within the first sitting,
Where is that?
Is on page 118 of the report. And the clerk shall, A, within 2 days of the first sitting, of the first meeting of the first session.
We shall be having the Speaker and the Deputy.
At least 14 before the end of the term of the 4 members, if at all the position follows vacant.
Okay. So, that one I've understood. Now the second item, Madam Speaker. If we are going by numbers, I want to go by numbers. The law is saying 3 from the ruling party, 1 from the opposition. If the one post you want to be 3, that means 1 you must put 3. Therefore, 3 must put 3 times what? 3, which is 9. Now, if we are going by numbers, the ruling side should not bring 6, should bring 9. The opposition should bring what? 3. For purposes of proportional, okay. Listen, that was okay. Madam Speaker.
Honorable, leave that to the parties to decide. You know very well, NRM has 3, opposition has 1. Leave that to the parties to decide. Don't take away powers of the parties.
Chair. Madam Speaker, how will those then be elections?
When you come and opposed, when you come and opposed, haven't you gone through election process?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The question is that your endorsement, the elections in Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker, even if you will carry the debate, first listen to us. The elections in Parliament is about the welfare of members of Parliament, not the welfare of parties in Parliament. Therefore, if you still stick to the principle of parties should nominate, that kills the spirit of those that wanted elections to be conducted here, because a commissioner in Parliament belongs to all sides.
There is an order.
Order.
There is an order.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, part of your responsibilities is to guide. Madam Chair, we all know that part of your responsibilities is to guide this House and to make a ruling, and indeed you have provided guidance that one, we should respect the political parties as indicated in the Act, but also two, you have guided that if we need to have a member who would represent the independents, we should come up with an amendment. Madam Speaker, you have provided that guidance. Is it in order for my colleague, the Honorable Nsereko, to continue insisting after you have guided? I think, Madam Speaker, we should be able to proceed and leave that matter. Thank you.
Honorable members, I am putting a question that a new appendix be inserted immediately after Appendix B as proposed by the committee, amended by Leader of Opposition, and modified by Honorable Kavanda. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Appendix D.
Appendix D.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair.
Is there a market here? Honorable Nsereko, it is time for prayers.
Right Honourable Chair.
Yes.
Appendix D. Rule 3 of Appendix D is amended by deleting the word or designated. Justification: to harmonize Rule 3 Appendix D with Rule 13.2 of the Rules of Procedure. I beg to move.
Thank you. I put a question that Appendix D be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 4.
Amendment of Schedule 4. Schedule 4 is amended by substituting for the citation the following: Rules 11.4 Appendix B, Rule 13.4. Appendix B-A, paragraph 575. Justification: to clearly reference the provision referencing the bout paper.
I put a question as Schedule 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New schedule.
New schedule.
Right Honourable Chair, Appendix B is amended by inserting immediate after Schedule 4 the following: Schedule 5, summons to witness. 2, blah, 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 whereas the committee on...
Order. Which language?
Say dash, dash, dash.
Okay. Summons to witness. 2, dash, dash, dash. Whereas the committee on dash, dash invited you to appear before it on dash, dash, day of dash, dash, and you failed to honor the invitation, you are hereby summoned to appear before the committee sitting at dash, dash, on dash, dash, at dash, dash, without fail, and to bring with you all documents relating to dash, dash. If no appearance is made by you in person, the committee may be compelled to secure your attendance by other means authorized by law. Dated this ... day of dash dash 20 dash dash, clerk -- clerk to Parliament. And that's the schedule, the new schedule, where the witness summons are now standard.
Thank you. I put a question that Appendix B be amended by inserting a new schedule immediately after the Schedule 4 as proposed. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Rule 2.
Oh. Right Honorable Chair, these are the proposed amendments to Rule 2, which is the interpretation rule, and it always comes after we have handed all the amendments. Rule 2 is amended by 1. Deleting the definition of cabinet. 2. Substituting for the definition of leader of government business the following. Leader of government business means the Prime Minister appointed under Article 108A of the Constitution. And 3. Substitution for the definition leader of the opposition the following. Leader of the opposition means the member of parliament who is the leader in parliament of the party in opposition to the government and having the greatest numerical strength in parliament. 4. Substituting for the phrase leave of parliament or the house for the phrase leave of the house. 5. Substituting for the definition of official report the following. Official report or Hansard is a record of parliamentary proceedings in a text or audiovisual. 6. Substituting for the phrase by order of Parliament or the House, the phrase order of the House. 7. Substituting for the definition of principles of the House or Parliament the following. Principles of Parliament means the chamber and offices of Parliament and the galleries and places provided for the use or accommodation of strangers, members of the public and representatives of the press, and includes while Parliament is sitting and subject to any exceptions made by the direction of the Speaker, the entire building in which the Chamber of Parliament is situated, and any far court, yard, garden, enclosure, open space adjoining or appertaining to that building and used or provided for the purposes of Parliament. Eight, in the definition of question, by deleting the phrase and a question of privilege. 9, by substituting for the definition of the word whip the following. Whip means the government chief whip, chief opposition whip, and the party whip. 10, by inserting in the appropriate alphabetical order the following definitions. Dignified, as is prescribed under Rule 82. Official record includes the official reports, audio, or visual recording of the proceedings of the House or the committees. Privilege means powers, privilege, and immunities enjoyed by the Parliament collectively and by members individually under the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act. Report of a committee means the report signed by the majority of the members of a committee, the minority report signed by members dissenting from the opinion of the majority and members abstaining. Ruling means a decision by the Speaker on a matter of order, procedure, or privilege. Subsidiary legislation means any document by which a power conferred by any act on the President, Minister, or any other authority to make, or a power exercisable by making proclamations, rules, regulations, bylaws, statutory orders, or statutory instruments is exercised. Justification. To delete definitions that have not been used in the rules. 2, to improve clarity and align some definitions that have been used in the rules with the constitutional and other legal provisions. 3, to insert definitions that are necessary for better interpretation of the rules. I beg to move.
He had something on persons.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout the rules of procedure, we had been using either witnesses or persons. So do we need to bring that to interpretation so that we can read it and understand the rules? Do we put persons, summoning persons, or summoning witnesses? And Chair, if that is the case, we have to take the rule 213.2 to be the definition of the witnesses in the rules, in the interpretation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we can define both, because you aren't a witness until you stand and you start testifying. So you remain a person. But once you you testify, then you're a witness. So we can define both. That should not be a problem.
So we'll define persons and witnesses in part 2. The drafting team will do that, yes?
Chair, dignified has also been defined to mean as in Rule 82, and the definition omits traditional wear, which I said is unconstitutional because it infringes the right to promote tradition and culture, which is provided for under Article 37. It also denies...
Constitutional...
Yeah.
Article what?
Article 37. So, if we have to move to safeguard these rules and align them with the Constitution, as the Honorable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General
Honorable Member, just a minute so that we are together. Every person has a right as applicable to belong to, enjoy, practice, profess, maintain and promote any culture, cultural institutions, language, traditions, creed or religion in community with the others. We are not saying don't practice your culture, but we are saying you can even put on those cultural clothes of yours outside, but not in the chambers, in the house here. Because you find the justification that the chair gave, that some of these people come putting on blouses. Blouses in the name of... Chair, you justify. Chair.
I think I need to make my case first. It's good you've read that. Tradition is not just promoted in a Marua joint. When we are here, we have to promote our tradition. We cannot be here to entrench colonial legacies by enforcing people to put on tie, suit, and think this is parliamentary. No, it cannot be parliamentary. We are Africans. We are dealing with all these colonial structures that have enslaved us for long. I think we must be able to promote our tradition. Here. And that matter is provided for in the Constitution.
There is an order.
Thank you, Madam
where
Chair.
we fail to understand something. And I want to thank you so much that we have a constitutional court that can eliminate this kind of confusion. So somebody should be able to go to constitutional court and find out whether it is really correct for one to dress very smartly like Senyonyi, Honorable Senyonyi Lob, or dress like Onrone those days before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my point of order, Honorable Lee,
yes.
Honorable Lee was referring to promoting colonial legacy here. But Madam Chair, when we were observing, we say this is a parliament that is seen as somebody was saying that they are watching us from all over the world. But equally, this parliament must be a model, and members of this parliament must be role models. Madam Chair, otherwise, if that was not what we were promoting, we would be here speaking Lusoga if we didn't want to promote colonial legacy. Lee would be speaking Lugbara here. But we said, let us speak English, a uniting language. Let us be organized. Let us be uniform. And let us reflect the image of this country. So I'm wondering, Madam Chair, I'm asking whether Honorable is in order to continue insisting on something that we ruled on, something that as a team, as a committee, as a parliament passed, and we agreed, Madam, it's because we are not really passed the rules. There was a colleague here.
We passed that rule.
There was a colleague who was seated there. With the due respect, she's a woman MP who was in. It was, I don't know whether you saw. Really, it was not in order.
It was a see-through. Constitutional Affairs. Constitutional Affairs. Advise us. Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to help my colleague here. If he's talking about colonial mentality or promotion, even the clothes which you are claiming you are putting on, the suit you are putting on, that material, is colonial. It's not, you can't claim that this was original from, otherwise you would be putting on a back cloth. You would be putting on a back cloth. This all came up from the colonial people. Two, there are regulations, there are rules for every institution. You can't claim, because if you are going to church, you can decide to go to church in a back cloth, or you can't. Or skin of a leopard, you can't, because you want to promote culture. You must be able to respect that institution and the rules. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think my colleague should take it at ease. That's why I like the UPDF. They're so disciplined. When we said we don't want Madawadoa, we don't need it here, those are young combat uniform, they did not put any resistance. So why is it? It's just for appearance in this house here, my colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I am putting a question that rule. There is no problem with that definition. They are included. There is no problem. Yes. I put a question that Rule 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Pardon? Which recommittal?
Honorable Speaker, I am seeking to recommit Rule 85A, proposal 85A, sanctions. I think that most of what is here under is quite ambiguous. The Speaker has guided me to proceed, because this is not a bill.
Look, there is a procedure for recommittal. I think the motion should be moved and it goes to the chair, then you ask.
Yeah, we first need the committee of the whole House to report, then you seek leave to recommit, then the Speaker comes back.
Okay, let me proceed, Right Honorable Speaker. So 85A, 1, where the Speaker or the House finds that a member has breached the code of conduct, or that a member has breached any of the provisions of the rules for which no specific sanction has been provided, the Speaker or the House may, in addition to other sanctions to which a member may be liable under these rules, A, issue a formal warning to the member, B, reprimand the member, C, and this begins the issues of concern that I do have, C, direct the member to apologize to the House or any other person in a manner determined by the Speaker or the House. It's too open-ended. D, withhold for a specific period of time.
Honorable Love, on the apology to the House, once you offend the House will request you to apologize to the House. They will put a bar there, where you know how these people are sworn in. They put a bar there. You will offer your apology to the House before you are admitted into the House. And it is a custom that has been there. It is not anything that has been introduced. And of course, it is also good for us to be honorable enough and behave well to avoid that.
That's okay, Right Honorable Speaker. My interest is for definitiveness about these things, so that it is clear. Now you have explained it, Right Honorable Speaker. It is not explained here. Let me proceed in earnest. D. Withhold for a specific period of time the member's right to use or enjoy any specified facility provided to members of Parliament. What if the Speaker says, I'm withholding for 2 years?
It is specified if you have been suspended.
It's not under sanctions.
No, it is there. It is in the rules. If you've been suspended for 3 sittings, you are not supposed to come into the premise of Parliament. You get it, eh? You're not supposed to.
Honorable Speaker, and that's why I read from the commencement. These sanctions are for where the rules provide no sanction. So where it is clarified that it is 3 sittings and so on, these sanctions don't apply. So they apply where there is no sanction.
Chair?
Maybe if I could finish and then the chair comes to clarify. So these ones are for where there is no specific sanction. For where it is provided 3 sittings and so on, this does not apply. And that's the challenge that I have with this. E, remove or suspend the member from any other position held by the member in Parliament for which no specific grounds for removal or suspension are provided for under these rules or any other law. The precarious nature of this is the presiding officer, and I'm not necessarily talking about our very good speaker, I'm talking about any presiding officer, could say, I am removing the vice president from their office. That's the implication of this, because there is no provision for removal of vice president from office. It is not there.
Even in law.
Not even prime minister and others.
Even in law.
And others, as Madam Speaker is adumbrating. So that's the challenge with this. When you say remove or suspend the member from any other position they hold, the vice president is an MP and a VP. So that for whichever misconduct, the presiding officer could say, I am now removing you from the position of vice president. That's the import of this. That's okay. The chairman is coming to clarify. Finally, suspend the member from the service of the House or any committee for a period determined by the Speaker or the House. Yeah, so it could be the Speaker, it could be the House. So the presiding officer could say, we are suspending you for whichever period, a year, 2, 3, I don't know. So, yeah, because when it's not specified, it remains open-ended. And that's the challenge with this.
Chair? Sure, Chair?
A law is never made in vain. And if you provide for sanction for somebody offending the rules, you must provide a sanction. Now, when you look at A to F, we have detailed the sort of sanctions which are available to the House and to the Speaker, such that you know that should I offend, because the Constitution is very clear, you can't be punished except for an offense clearly defined and a punishment prescribed. So we are trying to prescribe the punishment in detail, such that the House knows the perimeters within which they can work, or the sanction which they can impose on any of us who has breached the rules. And when you look at A, B, C, D up to F, none of those is just an innovation. We've just done, some of them actually are copy and paste of other jurisdictions. So, okay, I can get the clarification.
Linus?
Oh, thank you, Right Honorable. if I read D, withhold for a specific period of time the member's right to use or enjoy any specified facility provided to members of parliament. What does that entail? Even the passports? Because because passports are provided by allowances. We need to know those things, right, Honorable? Thank you.
Chair, first clarify on that. Clarify on that.
Chair, you could take this one. I wanted to understand what
Which one?
what you mean by reprimand the member. What falls under that? And I want to also know from you where the presiding officers will be found in breach or in breach of our rules. What sanction or what should we do? Because these rules govern everybody, and nobody will be above them. They are the law.
Honorable Chair, maybe what you can do, explain rule by rule.
Oh, he explained.
I want an explanation. Let him explain. You're not going to add anything.
Madam Chairperson, thank you. Him and I know of a void for vagueness doctrine. Void for vagueness. If it were a charge sheet and somebody was aligned before court to answer a charge, and you raised that the charge sheet is void for vagueness, court would invite both parties to address it. And specifically, the void for vagueness doctrine specifies that somebody would be invited to answer to a charge that has specificity. So when he says, like in D, when the committee says withhold for a specific period of time the member's right to use or enjoy any specific facility provided to members of parliament. Madam Chairperson, what Honorable Linus was saying, that the rule itself stands vague, ambiguous, unascertainable, and the committee ought to have liberty.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. Can he explain?
He's going to give examples.
One?
He's going to give examples.
Yes, if he's giving example, if he needs amendment, we do amend.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. It is as simple as that. Which one? You start from D.
Why don't I start from the simple one?
Okay.
You see, when a colleague says, first of all, let us look at it, the one they are talking about. Withhold for a specific period of time. There's nothing vague about that one. The member's right. There's nothing vague about the member's right. There's nothing vague about that one. To use, there's nothing vague. To enjoy, there's nothing vague. Specified facility provided to a member of parliament. I'll give you an example. Do you have a right, for example, to use our parliamentary gym as a member? Don't you have that right? You can be banned from using the parliamentary gym. Do you have any, depending on what the House has decided? Two, because those are, do you have a right to use the canteen? You can be banned because that is a facility and can go on and on. For example, if you are a certain member who goes in the canteen and you do all sorts of things there, they can say, no. For the whole of this session, you are not entitled to go to the fourth floor. So you've been banned from using a facility which you're entitled to.
Honorable members, can we listen?
And that is what we had in mind. Two.
Honorable members, listen.
Two, remove or suspend a member from any other position held by a member in Parliament. Sorry, in Parliament. Let me just do the most contentious. Which one?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the specific period of time is too open. The specific period of time is too open. In case you may find the presiding officer who may not be favoring someone.
Members.
The presiding officer.
Honorable members.
Right on, Speaker, let me finish this. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I really feel your point is right, but let us define the specific period of time. Let us give the time frame. You cannot leave it open. You may find someone who is bad. The person may give you 6 months or 1 year. So let us define the specific period of time in terms of the time frame.
Clarification. Clarification.
Honorable Katund, how about if we stopped a member for a number of times from coming to the house? From coming to the house, but he can go and do what? I mean, he can go and eat in the canteen and what?
Suspension means you have been suspended from participating in the business of the house, including using its facilities. You can't say I'm out of the session,
members,
but I'm in the canteen eating.
Maybe for the new members, let me first tell you, when you suspend a member, you're not even allowed to enter from that gate. It is implied that you cannot enjoy the benefits of this premise. You get it, eh? It is implied that you're suspended for this period of time, and once you're suspended for that period of time, then you will not be allowed to enter from the gate. Eh? So we only need to define the time. Yes. Not exceeding.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I request that we don't confuse facilities and privileges.
The privileges are different.
Members of Parliament are privileged to have food or lunch here. Yes, you can have lunch in a parliamentary canteen, which is a facility.
How will you enter?
Yes, but even because as a member of Parliament, that's a privilege. You can even have lunch at Kingdom. So now we are confusing privileges and facilities.
Honorable Rico. Huh? Suspension. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, what is Madam Chairperson, what is the essence of a suspension? Madam Chairperson, a suspension is part and parcel of a set of actions that are taken by either an authority or a body to restrain repetitive participation of certain acts that are not acceptable by the rules, regulations, or practices of a certain institution. Madam Chairperson, in ethics, punishment serves the purpose of providing 1, retribution, 2, deterrent, and 3, restraint. Therefore, if a suspension is provided as a means of corrective action towards unacceptable behavior of a group of persons, it therefore must follow that it should stop the person from enjoying what they usually are provided with, so that they feel the purpose of such a suspension. Therefore, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I think what we need to do is to specify
the time.
The time. Very good. Honorable
Honorable Speaker. Chair, clarification.
Madam Chairperson, what is not being said here, which is the elephant in the room, given the source of this recommittal, is fear of bias. It is simply not being said. But the principle behind what we are doing today is to assert the independence of this House so that it regulates itself. Nobody should regulate this House. And by your self-regulation, you are simply setting boundaries. From listening to the debate, I see that the boundary, especially regarding the period of suspension, is not clear. Even in criminal law, somebody would say you are liable to be sent to a term of prison not exceeding, or a fine not exceeding such currency points, or both. So I think in this case, the Honorable Chair of the Committee on Rules would be well advised to set these boundaries specifically. The purpose would be to avoid arbitrariness, because these rules are until further notice. They can easily be abused. So specific boundaries, in my view, will reassure the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Katuntu, would it hurt us if we maintained Rule 89 and 90? Would it hurt us if we maintained 89 and 90? And you study that for the future? We maintain Rule 89 and Rule 90. Then what you're proposing, you study it for the future. For the next amendment. Yes.
I think I think others are getting more than they asked for. I think the committee can further look into it and try to do the perimeters as advised by the head of Temple of Justice. But I thought somebody to go through, and let me tell you this, colleagues. The reason is you sit as members of the disciplinary committee. Then you are stuck with what sort of sanctions if you found somebody who has offended the rules, which are sufficient to deter somebody from repeating it. But no. I don't work that way, though. No, I don't. We'll look through it as of now.
So are you considering to drop in 85A as you study?
I would rather make proposals, but if you don't wish, throw them out.
Honorable Abudu, I know you as a gentleman. Concede honorably. Concede well. You concede, and we, honorably, I know the person I'm talking to.
Well.
Look at me when you're talking.
I'll look down and I concede. Okay,
Yes.
Honorable Chair, colleagues, I concede.
Thank you. Honorable members, Rule 85A has been dropped.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Chair, I do move that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House does report thereto.
Honorable members, whoever has a recommittal, we are not making the rules for the last time. You will bring an amendment. I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. You have thrown my rules down. I will punish you. They are all for the
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Chair. Yes, what is your issue?
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am looking at Rule 83.
Let's go. Honorable Abudu.
Rule 83.
Honorable Abudu. Report of...
No, I have a... Honorable Speaker, the order I am putting forth, Right Honorable Speaker, the order I'm putting forth is to Honorable Ariko. Since we sat in this house, I have been looking at Honorable Ariko. He is chewing as if he's chewing cud since we entered here. He's violating Rule 83 of behavior of members in the House and Rule 85 of general behavior. He keeps chewing like a cow. Is it in order for him to constantly and continuously chew cud in the House? Thank you very much. Why are we being subjected to his mouth like that? Thank you very much.
Honorable Flavia, why is your interest on Ariko? I am not sure whether you're size mates. You're not size mates. Next. No, they are not size mates.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Chair.
Madam Speaker.
Chair.
Madam Speaker.
Silence.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Committee of the whole House considered amendments to the rules of procedure of Parliament and passed many of them with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Chair.
Madam Speaker, I do move that the House adopts the Committee of the whole House.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, you will direct the clerk to extract all these amendments and produce new rules and have them gazetted and we'll reprint all the rules. And I want to thank the members of parliament for really making sure that they are here to pass these rules for 3 days. And I want to thank the chairman of the committee. Chair and committee, we want to thank you so much. And honorable members, the rules take effect. Honorable members, Honorable Olanya, first stand up. You first get up. Have you seen how smart he is? Very smart. You see today how Honorable Rona is smart? Flavia, have you seen Ariko? Honorable member, the youngest boy here, have Lop, ever very smart. Youngest man, okay, sorry. But honorable members, truth be told, let's differentiate a member of parliament from other people. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, rules are boring. Very, very boring. There is nothing exciting about this process. I would like to thank all of you for the keen interest you have taken, especially staying in this house up to this late. Sometimes I was so worried that would be a handful of us here. I would like to thank especially those who have contributed to the amendments, further amendments of the rules. Lastly, of course, I would like to thank, first of all, before I even thank the Speaker, I would like to thank our colleagues, members of the committee, who took off their time to attend meetings and produce this sort of report. But I'd like to thank, in a special way, members of the UPDF. Because when we moved the amendment, it affected their manner of dressing. But they took it with grace. They even appreciated it. Really, it shows how disciplined the Uganda People's Defense Force is. And on behalf of my colleagues, members of the committee, we express our sincere thanks and appreciation. To those who the new rules will offend, especially those who wanted to dress in a particular way, our apologies. But this is an institution, and really I would like somebody to take it to court, whether it is really constitutional to dress properly or not. I would like somebody to go to court and say, for us in the parliament, and you tell the judges who have a particular code of conduct, including the way they dress. By the way, the judges also have a dress code. And you go and tell them that for us, we want to dress like we are going to the market. It is our African way of doing things. And they will say that is your right. But them, they have their own code. You may not succeed. But this is all in good faith. We think we should be an inspiration to the public out there. The way we dress, the way we speak, and the way we behave. Lastly, of course, to the captain of the ship. You're always patient with us. Sometimes I wondered where you get that patience. I may not be as patient as you are, because we all have sorts of ideas, but you are willing to listen. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, members. And Honorable, I want in a very special note to thank Honorable Norbert Mao, Chairman, and your team for what you did for us today. We want to thank you so much. And we await for tomorrow. God bless all of you. I am now adjourn the house to 2 tomorrow.
What